aliens.
Yeah.
It's alien time. And then hopefully we'll have Big Willie here do some ducks, take a little music break, do some more Ferengi, do that weirdo Rocco Burrow, and then call it a fucking day. Ready?
Cool,
Here we go.
cool.
Aliens. And please, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment. Hit that like button. Hip thrust it. Put your wiener in the like button. Well, put your button on the button for the ladies. All right, we have 2 episodes of Aliens left before Hackride and the Demon take our slumber and hibernation for a month. So, meet Tim Gallaudet, an oceanographer who's worked with NASA and has had several direct experiences with USOs. Those are unidentified submersible objects. They're the same things flying in the sky, they're flying in the water. Goddamn. Here we go.
Well, I'm totally convinced that we're experiencing a non-human higher intelligence. By the way, there's non-human intelligence all around in the ocean, especially when you look at marine mammals like whales and all that. But this is non-human higher intelligence, and they, of course, are possessing craft, vehicles, whatever that can do things we can't explain. And with technology we can't explain, and with laws of physics that are not what we know them to be, obviously. So, and I am completely convinced, because I know the people who were in the government programs, the legacy programs that oversaw both the crash retrieval and just the analysis of UAP data. So I'm very confident in these people, former intelligence, former DoD, and we are working as a team behind the scenes to advance disclosure, a controlled disclosure, mind you, as was put forth in the Schumer Amendment.
Yes, controlled disclosure. Get used to that phrase. Yes, because think about a room of 20 human beings. Just a random sampling of 20 human beings. In that room, there's going to be someone who, yes, they're nice, think of the human beings. There's going to be one that can't handle it. And you got to account for them, because they can ruin it for everyone. We've all seen The Mist. It's the Mist theory. You have a crazy religious leader, you can ruin for everyone. Yes. And so now, a little David Grush. We know him as the whistleblower that just sort of brought this all to everyone's attention, and now works for Congress. Yes, he got a job working for Congress. So that will be fun. But here's what he was talking about with Tucker Carlson about the bureaucracy of alien parts, of actual metamaterials.
I should go to DIA's website and read this, but the paperwork included this very odd request from Senator Harry Reid. He sent a letter to the Deputy Secretary of Defense asking for something called a Provisional Special Access Program, or PSAP. I've never seen in my career a member of Congress ask the Department of Defense to develop a very classified program. And usually it's the reverse, right? Congress wants more transparency and declassification. And I'm like, this is very odd. I don't know what's going on here. Why is Harry Reid saying that the OSAP program...
Harry Reid was the majority in the Senate at the time he did all this alien. So it was like the third most powerful man in the country.
Found some...
Who always seems to be in charge of this, because Dick Cheney was at a certain point when he was third man in charge. Rumsfeld. It seems to be they put the third man in charge of the alien
thing. They needed to develop this provisional special access program that is waived and bigoted, which is the most serious of SAPs. Waived means it's limited congressionally reported. That's 10 U.S. Code Section 119. And bigoted meaning it's like by name. And there was a list of individuals that needed to be briefed. Of course, Senator Reid, Inouye, and a couple, members of Gang of Eight wanted to be on it. And so I asked people that both worked on that program, but also people that were tangential to it, that worked in certain intelligence agencies. Like, so what was this about? Well, a certain clear defense contractor wanted to transfer some of their material holdings.
Yes, we know what those are. Ships.
to DIA for our program. It was all crash retrieval material. And this was a way to horizontally protect, as we call it, that information and that physical material from a certain other government program and custodian that lent that contractor material in the past. And I was like, wait, are you saying we have UFO material? That's crazy. Like, are you sure it's UFO material? Like, this isn't like we went and got a wreckage of a Russian bomber and it just happened to be weird or something like that. And no, they were dead serious. So,
and what?
Yes. And that man was the whistleblower. So he heard all this, then he came forward, and now he works for Congress in what we're calling the NHI committee. They want the UAP committee. It has to be. It has to do with intelligence, non-human intelligence. They're like whales. No, we're not talking like what he said at the beginning. Super intelligent. Is this going to be an election issue? I think it will.
Aliens exist and President Trump knows about it. That's according to Israel's former space security chief in an
There's space security chief in the second or third biggest army on this planet. Think about that.
interview with an Israeli newspaper. He said the aliens have been waiting until today for humanity to develop and reach a stage where we will understand in general what space and spaceships are. NBC News chief global correspondent Bill Neely explains this one.
Hi, Alison. Well, this is quite a story, and it comes from the man who headed Israel's space security program for nearly 30 years, Chaim Eshed.
Only for 3 decades in a country that values security over everything. I'm sure he didn't know anything.
Is making the extraordinary claim that the United States and Israel have been in contact with a group of aliens for years, not immigrants, but extraterrestrials. He has called them the Galactic Federation of Aliens, and he says President Trump is aware of the existence of these aliens and had been on the verge of revealing their secrets, he claims, but was asked not to do so by the Federation in order to prevent what he calls mass hysteria. Well, the retired general says the US and Israel have kept it from the public because, quotes, humanity isn't ready and the aliens don't want to reveal themselves until humanity can evolve, he says, and understand what space really is. Well, the good news is that he claims an agreement has been reached between the US government and the aliens, a contract to do experiments here. There's also, he says, a secret underground base on Mars where there are American and alien representatives. Now, this former head of a branch of Israel's defense ministry is 87. He was very well respected, at least until now. And he said all this in an interview with an Israeli newspaper in Hebrew, but it's really taken off after parts of it were published in English by the Jerusalem Post today. He says he's come forward now in the hope that his news will be accepted as true. He notes that if he'd made these claims 5 years ago, he would have been hospitalized, but now he says, I've got nothing to lose. Well, so far,
I believe you.
President Trump has not tweeted about this, though remember a year ago he did set up the Space Force as the 5th branch of the US Armed Forces. Well, we did ask the White House, the Department of Defense and Israeli officials to comment. So far, they have not responded to the NBC News request, and I wonder if they ever will.
That's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is at the highest levels of power being talked about, whether it's real or not. It's a story either way. If they're not real, we have people talking about it and making up fairy tales. If it is real, oh, they laugh at our hair.
This issue, this kind of Oriental vision that everything is perfect.
This is Danny Sheehan, a legend in the UFO community with weird hair. He's talking big picture idea thing. Listen up.
Could also include the elimination of the human species. May well be perfectly okay. That there's no doubt that our Western view places an extremely high value on human life. And the key is to get it extended to all human life, not just our own individual human life. And that out of the Hebrew tradition and in the Christian tradition of Western civilization, there is this absolute valuing not only of the individual human being, but the absolute valuing of our species. And the entire discussion that's going on here tonight having to do
I don't know who's whispering, but it's fascinating.
with reaching out to extraterrestrial intelligence center has to do with the place of our species in the future of the universe. And I believe that if we can show that we are capable of self-consciously redirecting our extraordinarily aggressive self-survival mechanisms into expanding out to protect our entire human family, and at the same time not become hostile to potential extraterrestrial civilization, we will have earned our place at the galactic table. I believe that what we're talking about here is the process of our becoming what it is that we need to become collectively in order to survive, in order to not only survive, but in order to succeed in taking our place among the galactic civilizations.
Well, what he's basically saying there is we're in the food chain, baby doll. There's Dr. Gary Nolan. Yes, he responds to the Pentagon and finding no evidence of aliens. None. None. We didn't find anything. We looked under everything. We didn't find anything.
My sources inside of Arrow tell me that there was a lot of pressure to rush this report out with preconceived conclusions.
I believe that.
And that folks on the inside were unhappy with the narrative being pushed. And the DNI was also unpleased at this point, post it coming out, because they weren't even given the chance to vet this in the way that they thought it should have been. So, you know, when you've got a report that's pushing an agenda,
I just decided I'm going to make mozzarella sticks after.
agenda that, other than following the evidence, they
The mozzarella sticks, don't they sound good right now?
Yeah, those are good.
basically push what it is their objective is. You've really got to wonder, what are they trying to hide? You know, I mean, for instance, they don't even compare to the 2023 and 2022 reports, which were, of course, reports of things that are different than this. This is a historical context. But they don't even give any of the numbers of what it is that they were covering over the last 40 years, right? So there's...
It was a nothing burger. They gave you nothing in that Pentagon AARO report. It was a joke.
Lack of detailed data, no geographic breakdown, no info on shapes and sizes of the kinds of things. They didn't define the criteria by which they were going to be coming to their conclusion. So, you know, if we want to get to the bottom of this, we need transparency, objectivity, and a willingness to follow the data where it leads. And the 2024 report fails on every account.
Now, when you say sort of disappointment on the inside,
Facts.
do you mean within Arrow? The
Within
people
Arrow.
working
This
in
is
Arrow?
from people within Arrow. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
That place is not a locked.
Yes, no, the people on the inside, there was a lot of leaks that this came from the leader of this organization, Sean Kirkpatrick. So now he's out. They got a new one in, you know, just pushing it down the line. Would you like to know what the alien agenda is? Or what at least Phil Schneider says it is from 1996? Keep in mind, grain of salt with all of these.
I'm going to casually mention to you something that's very scary indeed, and tell you what the alien agenda is. And it's going to sound very familiar. The alien agenda is the complete takeover of this planet, the killing off of 5, 6 to 7/8 of the world's population by the year 2029.
No, again, this was 96, so another one that put the year right near 2030. God damn, all right.
U.S. military has known about this for 45 years. They've told no one. As far as I know, I'm the only person standing before a crowd talking about the alien agenda, secretively. Okay. Back in 1954, I'll give you a quick overview. There was the created 1954 treaty where Eisenhower signed a pact with the known alien species of the time. There were 3 at the time. And said that we're going to deal in high technology, but you can take a few head of cattle and a few human beings and you can experiment on them. It's unthinkable.
Which goes along with everything we've seen, from the missing people to what the government officials have to say about it. Makes sense. Story track.
It's stuff straight out of the Nazi death camps, and I'm kidding you not. It's plain BS.
But yes, that is the case. Then we have some leaders that owe some accounting. And I'd like to show you something. In any language, DJ Electrify. Whoosh, whoosh. Shoop, shoop, wee, wee.
자, 여기. 그런데 이때 지금 보셨어요? 슝 보셨습니까? 슝. 이거 입에서 나는 소리가 아닙니다. 입은 가만히 있잖아요. 슝. 너무 빨라서 잘 안 보이지도 않으셨죠? 자, 이거 말이죠. 슈퍼 슬로우 모션으로 촬영한 장면인데 이렇게.
Say it with me, DJ Electrify. Shung. That means alien in Korean. Yes. All right. We are to the real or fake section of the night. Is it real? Is it fake? Let's find out. This first one is 100% real and scary. Stabilized image. What is that? It's an alien ship. It shouldn't float like that. All right, hold on. Let me get to the chat and put in a 1. What was your vote on that one, DJ Electrify?
I think that's real. That's a 1.
What's up next? All right, these family was at a beach. I want to say this is in Turkey, somewhere over there, and all of a sudden these things pop out of the ocean. They're not submarines. What are they? And then they disappear. They just pop out of the ocean. And then it starts to shrink back into the ocean. What are you?
It looks like a book floating on the water.
Oh, they say it's an underground base right off the coast.
It's not very far off the coast, though.
No. What the fuck is it? Makes no sense. I've lived by the beach forever and I've never seen anything like it. And it vanishes completely. I just didn't want to take the time to watch it. That one I don't know. I don't know if that's like a 1.5.
Yeah, that one I'm thinking fake.
All right, this is out in the middle of the ocean. In the middle of the ocean. There is no land for 1,000 miles in either direction, and we have ourselves a Tic Tac.
Versailles of the sea.
Gone. That one's hard. It's so far away, but a lot of people think, oh, they're only near military installations. Oh, they're, no, it's in the middle of the goddamn. There was 2 more that were filmed. I believe this is in Spain. This glowing thing is a thing. This is not the greatest one, but I wanted to introduce it for the glowingness of it. Like, what would that look like at night? Probably pretty glowing, right? Yes. Remember that. File that one away. All right. Do you remember the Go Fast video?
No.
The Go Fast video was released by the military about 5 or 6 years ago. And they're like, oh my God, look at that thing go. It's a Go Fast. But we've never seen the beginning of it, but it was just released. And guess what?
What?
It was underwater. Oh. It started underwater before it was above. So here, watch. The first part will be the video we got. initially. The second part will be what we just got. So this is the Go Fast video. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
It's just this thing flying across the ocean that they started tracking. Like, what is that? It's going super fast. Well, here is the video before we got that video, and it is very clearly underwater. It's a USO, unidentified submerged. There is nothing that we have that goes underwater and in the air like this other than a missile. This was no missile. So, are you ready for something really scary? Now that we've seen the capabilities and the lights, imagine this is you. You notice this thing above your car. It's following you, and you live in the woods, so it scares the shit out of you. So what do? You jump out of your car and you run away. Then you turn around and you film your car. What's going on? That's what happened. Getting out of the car. Now they're back, watching the thing above them. Now the thing is above your car. Now this thing is scanning your car. Remember the glow I said from the other ones?
Mm-hmm.
The same glow, just at night. Just above your car, you know, no biggie. I'm sure everything's okay. Oh, there's our car. I'm sure everything's okay over there. Oh, no, that's not good. Oh, no, it's scanning the car. Do you see the scan, DJ Electrica?
Mm-hmm.
How would you fake that?
I don't know.
Back when this is impossible. And look at that fly away, exactly how it's described. It's like a tumbling.
That's crazy.
And then here's a close-up of the scan. I mean, it's a pretty elaborate fucking hoax.
But if the people are outside of the car, why is there lights on?
Because they left the car lights on when they ran out of the car because this thing was above them.
Oh.
They literally, that first thing they did was abandon the car.
Yeah,
that one's
that's a one.
Yeah, that's why I said scary. That one, the silence of that one, it scans your car. Like, if you really try to wrap your mind around being abducted, it has to be the scariest thing ever. All right. Did you know there is a place in Mexico where they think that there is underwater UFO bases? They call them USOs. And they say, here, let's read. A friend of mine works on an offshore oil rig in Mexico. Its exact location redacted for anonymity. The locals in the area believe there's an underwater USO base that exists there. They say that ever since the aliens arrived, there has been no hurricanes and that they're grateful because they used to get hit every year. Last October, the non-human intelligence just showed up and allowed these photos to be taken. I see one pic of a triangular craft and 2 pics of a saucer. One of the most amazing I've ever seen. What do you think? Are these man-made craft or what do they belong to the underwater NHI bases? What do you think? DJ Electrify, here, those are the pictures. Now imagine being on an oil rig in the middle of the fucking water and you see the sky above you. This. So the triangle one. So you're just taking pictures on a totally black night. No, what is that? No, what one's that? Can we get a close-up of that one? No, that's not good. Anyway, and then this is another shot from under the oil rig. Those are two lights out in the distance where they don't know what they are. They just light up every once in a while under the water, and they're not lights, not clouds, not the sun. Under the water. So there's some sort of base there. Whether it's human or not, who knows? But no hurricane has breached this area since they've arrived. Are you ready for some light reading? All right. General Gregory M. Gular, who took over as NORAD Northcom commander on February 5th, 2024, appearing before the U.S. Senate Armed Services Committee on March 14th, said, I've gone into the events at Joint Base Langley. Yes. Have you heard that there was a swarm of drones hanging out over NORAD and Langley?
No.
They don't know where they came from. They're like, oh, there's all these drones over our military. That's interesting. Anyway, and to see where NORAD, two more. This emerging unmanned craft capability outstrips the operational framework that we have to address it. Basically saying we don't know what the fuck these things were. And they were over our military installations for weeks. There was nothing we could do. So can we find out what that is, please? Please. The mysterious drone swarmed Langley for weeks.
That's crazy. Why don't they shoot them down?
It's an Air Force base. They have to be ours. Like, they don't have any other explanation than they have to be ours. God damn, I want mozzarella sticks.
Make them.
All right, folks. The jig is up. I'll probably get my channel taken down for this. Disappear off the planet. Why is AI being pushed down our throat? Why are we being allowed to experience being able to create things that should cost us thousands of dollars? This is why. There is not a secret anymore. They are prepping this for their bunkers, and here is the proof. Are you still unaware why AI is being developed now? Why is it open source, and why the main player has now closed it? You still can't see the urgency? You really think that this is meant to create the golden age for everyone? It's already known. But you need to connect the dots. In 2016, an article by Sam Altman, Manifest Destiny, you will read about how billionaires are preparing for something, how they are building bunkers, and how Sam even predicted we're not going to say that word. Douglas Rushkoff wrote an entire book about how when they are prepping for the apocalypse, and yet he was still not able to see what is happening. Somehow his ego is blinding him from seeing the truth. He mocks the powerful billionaires who call him for guidance on how to survive the apocalypse better. In the article about this, titled, The Super Rich Preppers Planning to Save Themselves from the Apocalypse, Douglas even mentions that one of the billionaires proposed that instead of humans, they should consider robots as workers and gods. Of course, this sounded ridiculous in 2020. Well, how about now? What about this robot developed by BMW and OpenAI? Are you still laughing at them? Did you really think that AI was going to replace all the workers and what everyone would stay home receiving what Elon Musk calls universal high income? Did you really think they would bridge the gap between the rich and the poor with this open technology for everyone? Did you really think that was happening? Here's the quote. Some kind in return for their survival. Or maybe building robots to serve as guards and workers if that technology could be developed in time. And it continued, that's what he was quoting. So when you start thinking about AI, folks, why are they giving it to everyone? They've never done that before. Oh, it's not because they want to create a bigger AI knowledge base. They're creating robots. The future when we're not there. DJ Electrify.
Yes.
That's my theory anyway. What do you think of that theory?
So you think that them having us use AI is creating robots because we're teaching the AI by using them?
Thank you.
That's
Thank you,
mind
my friend.
blowing.
Yes. Rich do not give away things.
No.
So when we think, and they have made China the enemy, right? Oh, China's gathering your information. Oh, or Facebook's gathering your information. Oh, with what point? Right? Like China and Facebook, like it's in their benefit to have us be good customers and not be wiped off the planet. This other group, I think they want to wipe us off the planet. But I have an announcement. Would you like to hear my announcement?
Yes.
I am running for president of the United States. And I have one issue. If you're a one-issue voter, vote for the demon. And here's my one issue. No apocalypse bunkers. No, you die with us, motherfuckers. We systematically outlaw and bury in all the apocalypse bunkers and put all them in a jail very high in the sky. You gotta die with us. You can't get away, Oprah. Mark Zuckerberg, no. You must go out with us. You must go out with us. Hackride 2024. What do you think, DJ Electro? Do I have a chance?
I think not. But it's a good shot. I mean, go for it.
And oh, it's time for the UFOs. Who's ready for UFOs, people? We're ready for the UFOs. All right, folks. It's a big week in UFO news. Oh, UAP news, whatever. All right, folks. Before we get to S4, I want to say one thing. It fucking happened! Disclosure, folks! We got disclosure. It happened. Yes, this week, the Pentagon came out with their report on UAPs. Yes. And guess what they did? They let us know what's going on. So, in the original document, all the classifications of off-world creatures, we'll call them, were called NHI, which stands for non-human intelligence, which is broad, right? It could be artificial intelligence from space. It could be the creatures that are living under us, right? Non-human intelligence, broad. Guess what they did? They took 135 NHI in their document. There's NHI, there's NHI, then and they took them all out. And you know what they replaced them with?
What?
They replaced them with extraterrestrial. That's the ball game, folks. NHI was removed for extraterrestrial. Do you understand what that means?
They are affirming that they are aliens.
They are affirming that they are from here. Extraterrestrial definitionally means they are not from planet Terra, not from Earth. Right?
Right.
Well, they're not. They were
They're
originally
not from
called.
Earth.
No, so NHI was the original name in the language, which means any intelligence that is not human, right? That is, and so they said, no, we're going to change that to off-world people. And then all the legislation means nothing because the things that we're dealing with, they're not off-world. They live here. This is their planet.
It was extraterrestrial.
No, God damn it. This is so complicated. Extraterrestrial means off-world life form.
Yeah.
And so they changed the documentation to say, we will turn over all evidence of off-world life forms. There's none. All right, we're done here. And they changed the word to off-planet life forms or extraterrestrial when it was NHI because they knew if NHI would have made it into the final language, then they would have to address all of the intelligence that's non-human, not just the ones off of some planet millions of miles away. That's the game. Why would they fight? They fought for that. They fought for extraterrestrial.
So they're
They
saying
fought for
that they're
They
non-human.
fought for ET.
They're non-human, but they are from this Earth. From Earth.
They are non-human intelligence. They are not extraterrestrial. That is what we have been given. They're not from out there. They're from here. The original language started like, they're from here. And then they changed it to like, no, from there.
Huh.
And then they said, no, there's nothing from there. Hello? I mean, come on, people. Come on. So congratulations to the Locust people. You let us know you're here. So anyway, back to the video. S4. So it's a big week in UAP news. We got documentation that it's happening. And let's talk about S4. Area 51 S4 in Groom Lake is where a lot of this shit is supposed to be happening. I'm sort of like 50-50 on all this shit now because I have read enough to know the CIA PSYOPs programs are real. They really want us to be disinformationed out here, so I could be giving you a ton of disinformation. Or I could be giving you the real, and I wish they would hire me, is all I'm saying. But anyway, what's this for?
So, oh wow, this is interesting. I've never heard this before. So you're saying that you were provided with direct witness evidence of the existence of a facility known as S4 at Groom Lake, Area 51.
That's right, from Albert Stein, who was a guy that worked in Project Blue Book for many years on his deathbed.
Wow.
You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, you went like, huh?
Well, you know, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay.
But
facility that this whistleblower named Victor says the interview program takes place in, we have proven this facility exists south of Area 51 with a government FOIA request. It was built by the CIA back in the late 50s as a biological retainment facility, underground biological retainment facility. It was then passed over to the Air Force, who then let the DIA operate inside of it, and the DIA operating with the Department of Naval Intelligence. So the facility that this whistleblower, this hoax tape, says the interview program takes place, we have a FOIA document saying the facility is real. It was built in the 60s. It's called S2 Alpha Site 2. The building is called S2 Annex. So I've proven the facility.
So, that's evidence that something exists out there. Now, are they just making planes? Yay, planes for us to fight the Russians. Or are they back engineering terrestrial, not extraterrestrial? Why didn't they use the word terrestrial or extraterrestrial? No, they said extraterrestrial, ETs. Yes, that is the head fake, folks. Please understand, that's the juke. We're looking over here for aliens. Look below.
Okay, so on the UAP report.
Now, this is the man that gave us the UAP report that said extraterrestrials don't exist. Now that we've talked about it, let's watch a little more, answer some questions. He doesn't say non-human intelligence. He doesn't say life forms that aren't us. No, they pick a very specific Steven Spielberg type of word.
The Pentagon concluded that there is no evidence of UAPs being off-world technology, but it also
You notice she says off-world.
said the government set up programs to reverse engineer such technology. Why did the government plan to study off-world technology if it says it doesn't have any proof?
Oh, yes, they put patents on off-world technology. They have documents about them studying it, but it doesn't exist. So why?
Yeah, so as you highlight, no verifiable evidence that any UAP sighting represented extraterrestrial activity.
See what I'm saying?
Yes.
He can say that now as a government official, not lying, under oath, because they're not extraterrestrial. Do you see their game they're playing?
That the U.S. government or private industry has ever had access to extraterrestrial technology, or that any information was illegally or inappropriately withheld from Congress, and alleged hidden UAP reverse engineering programs either do not exist or were misidentified authentic national security programs unrelated to extraterrestrial activity or
You see what they're doing?
technology exploitation.
Right now, the people the locusts that live below us are like, good job. Because if you think about it, if they wanted to be known, they'd be known. They don't. Disclosure is a human act, not a locust act. There might be a locust or two that want it, but overall, no, the swarm does not want that.
So what we found is that
we are an invasive species that destroys everything. Why would they want to they don't want us to know they're here. What do you think we do? We're just going to destroy them too. We are a virus.
Claims of hidden programs are largely the result of circular reporting by a small group repeating what they heard from others, and that many people have sincerely misinterpreted real events or mistaken sensitive U.S. programs as UAP or being extraterrestrial exploitation.
I had a conversation with one individual who told me that when they...
This is some people reacting to what they've seen in Congress.
Walked out of seeing one of the videos that they'd been shown in a secure SCIF, secure compartmentalized information facility, one of the rooms that they use to brief congressmen and women and senators. They said their world had changed because of what they'd seen. Now, the thing that I thought was most telling wasn't the reference to Roswell in Andre Carson's opening. It was the fact that the default video that they defaulted to was possibly, I'm told, the least interesting video in the cupboard. That of all the videos that they could have selected, they weren't prepared. They hadn't actually provided a way to actually freeze on the object that they were saying was represented in that video, which was essentially a blurry metallic sphere that zooms by an aircraft, a fighter aircraft at high speed. The key issue was that was one of the least interesting videos, I'm told, of what the Congress has been shown. Why did they do that? Why did they deliberately pick a video that was the most banal, uninteresting of the lot? The one that gave the debunkers an opportunity to go, oh, is that the best you've got? Seriously, this is not going to be more blurry videos, is it? When I'm told, I mean, I've spoken to people who've seen the 23-minute video, this apocryphal video that is apparently incredibly high definition, which shows a very clear, structured craft, a machine, a technological object in the air, taken by a US military pilot. Detected, by the way, on multiple sensor systems, incontrovertibly a solid object, a piece of technology.
Oh, I want to see it.
What I got worried about by the way the hearing was conducted was I got the distinct impression that what the two witnesses were trying to do was walk back from the admissions that had actually been made by their own UAP task force in June.
Yes. People were bought off, people were threatened, and if you don't think they could be threatened, go ask that Boeing whistleblower. Like, hey, we're halfway done through testifying in the Boeing case where you're going to cost them billions. Oh, you're going to kill yourself in the parking lot. Okay. Hey, people, don't kid yourself. These aren't conspiracy theories when they happen daily in front of you. But just keep your eyes open, that's all. And here, let's set the record straight. Where are we? What do we know? Let's just get on the table what we know.
I would prefer to take this opportunity of perspective, which is, of course, the theme of this MUFON Symposium, to share with you my list of facts, and then try to take you beyond the fringe of this phenomenon and into the heart of the abduction scenario. Facts. Fact number 1. We do not know with any certainty exactly what these entities may be. Extraterrestrial, interdimensional, terrestrial in origin, some combination of all of the above, something we have yet to even dream of. Fact number 2, at least some of the aliens are liars. Fact number 3, in encounters...
That's scary. That is frightening. because you would think a more evolved species would not have the need to lie, but they are lying because we need to be lied to. Oh, it's so
The
scary.
human's perceptions are controlled, as are the human's conscious memories. Fact number 4, false memories can overlay and disguise the actual events of an encounter. Fact number 5, while we report our experiences honestly and sincerely, we are really reporting alien-controlled information to the research community. Fact number 6.
That is scary.
That's really scary.
There is no alien community. There is no disclosure. It's all controlled by them.
6. There's a serious element of human involvement in the abduction phenomenon, in addition, of course, to the very real alien participation.
Yeah, it's very simple.
Oh, that's
we're
scary.
allowed to breed and live on the surface, and they're allowed to eat about 1 million of us a year. That's the deal. And it's a pretty good one. I
Because
mean,
what
there's
she said was that there's human parts of the abductions too, as well as the non-human.
yes, there's the deal. We have a deal because it's basically like we're going to eat you anyway. So we're like, okay, well, how can we limit that? And that's what we've been doing for the last 60 years is trying to figure out a way to combat us being eaten at about 1 million a year in the world. Yes, we are in the food chain, but because there's so many of us, the aliens know. Listen. If we were really evolved, we could just make 1 billion cows and only eat 100 of them. You know what I'm saying? And let the other cows have happy lives. But we're going to eat 100 of you.
Fact number 7. Whatever else it be, the abduction agenda involves quite physical aims and procedures that tend to belie the idea of a primarily spiritual motivation on the alien's part. And much of what
Yes, why the anal probing if you're God?
we see in these procedures goes well beyond the alleged aim of a crossbreeding program. Fact number 8. All of the things that I've described to you so far are part of the aliens' physical aims and procedures. But that isn't all there is to their motivations. The agenda also involves the long-term psychological programming of the abductee. It targets, among other
No, they're like ex-girlfriends.
concepts, our social and personal relationships, our sexuality, our political ideas, and our religious and spiritual concerns. Fact number 9. With their advanced technology, the aliens can create virtual reality scenarios that are usually absolutely real to the perceptions of the targeted abductee. Fact number 10, and this is the last and
Well, if that was true, we would have never known they were here. If you think about it, like if they're...
Unless they want us to know something about them, just not
That's the rub.
everything.
That's the rub. If they're so technologically advanced, we wouldn't know they're here. Why do they want to know that we're here? Why? That is why I always think, like, what is this?
my short list of facts. It is a fact that the aliens show a mysterious interest in the human soul. Now, this part of the phenomenon is so rarely discussed in public that I don't think we really have a good pool of data to proceed on a serious discussion, but I'd like to bring it up because it is a fact that the interest is there and mysterious, and we should be concerned about it.
Yes, they seem to like to eat us. Our soul seems to be the tasty part. Yes. Well, whatever the soul, what we identify as a soul might just be an energy inside of us at another dimension, and we're just the container for it, and it's like a little shot for them. Like, oh, what are you doing tonight? I don't know. Oh, there's Cindy. Oh, there's DJ Electra.
Interesting.
When we started TT.
And I would like to submit that the CIA is very heavily involved in all of this. They're information people.
Yes.
And they're watching. Hi, CIA. Not saying they're specifically watching, but they're all.
TSA, back in the day, we had discussions about this all the time. Are we sure we want to bring this out? I mean, are we going to scare 8-year-olds? I've had friends of mine who, oh, my daughter wants to know all about UFOs. Can she talk to you about it? And I would say, no, I'm not talking to you about this. What am I going to tell her? Or him, these little kids, 10, 11 years old. Yeah, that there's a force that exists out there that can control our environment, that can put thoughts in your head, that can lie to you, trick you, deceive you, and that you're not in control of your life? Say that to a 12-year-old. I mean, we're already saying it to a certain extent.
Well, you just did.
Director of Operations at CIA, by the way.
That's crazy.
To be quite honest.
All right, so this is from the 1960s. It's a film about abductees and what they saw. And it's like 20 fucking minutes long, so I only picked like 2 minutes.
When I'm outside and I walk and I see crowds of people on Wall Street and Axel Street, you know, I look at them and I say to myself, I wonder how many of them have been abducted.
Yeah, it's just...
Imagine just for 1 minute that you were abducted by some sort of species that we don't know about, and you've been going through that, and no, you can't relate to anyone, and you find a group of people that have gone through that, you would hug them tightly.
The flood. I don't know how many people there actually are, but I would estimate at least in this country anyway in the tens of thousands, probably more.
Was that you?
Sorry, wrong button.
The screen memory.
I only ask because the song that I played earlier, and I was like, God damn, is that me or you? But it was
in
me.
the classical psychological sense means that the person sees a traumatically frightening event and then softens it by inventing some other story. But this is not that. This is not something that the person makes up himself or herself. This seems to be an image which is
These are all pictures of real experiences that people have. Or a cartoon.
externally imposed into that person's memory by the aliens themselves.
You know, it was just strange to me, and then I realized that they weren't wearing goggles. That was their eyes. And they weren't wearing helmets. That was the shape of their heads.
The thing that they will always start to draw first is the eyes, because the eyes are so arresting. It's difficult to even... You might not remember anything else but the look of the eyes.
The only thing I could really compare it to was that they were like 1950s Italian wraparound sunglasses that went around to the side of his head.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was just a little taste of what people who have been abducted say they go through. And, you know, 100, maybe they're all crazy. 1,000, maybe they're all crazy. We're up into the hundreds of thousands of people, so only one has to be right. That's the scary thing about aliens. It's a one and done situation. Only one has to be right. All right, where do the real or fakes? Okay. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's real. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's fake. This is from Japan.
¿Qué es eso? Nunca había visto esto así. No, yo tampoco. Es que la luz se mueve. No. Pero los platos no se mueven, mira. Exacto, ya mira. Y la luz está más fuerte. No.
They're speaking Spanish.
Yo me voy porque a mí me da miedo esto.
Because they have, you know, Spanish people in Japan.
Okay.
I don't think it's Japan. Oh, what the fuck?
Ahí viene. Ya está bajando. No. Está cambiando de color.
All right. What'd you think of that one? I put a 1 in the
even
chat.
know.
I put a 1 in the chat on that one. It's real. All right. Welcome to Popocatépetl, the volcano. I think it's Peru. Bolivia or Peru. And watch above what happens. Watch above. This is a nighttime camera on the volcano that is active. What is that above? What? Now keep watching. Oh, is that a ship that just came into orbit?
Oh, wow.
So much goes on we don't know about DJ Electrify. Isn't it exciting? That thing came out of hyperspace into this galaxy.
Yeah, it looks like a portal.
Look, it's in a straight line. It keeps going. What does that? What is that?
Huh.
It keeps going. There it goes. It's still going. Still going. Oh, that one was crazy. Did you see that?
But I lost it. Where is it now?
It's still in the middle of the screen. No, one more. There we go. That's so fucking crazy. And I think that's it. I think there's no more.
I don't know. I couldn't see it.
No, it just kept moving down. And yeah, that's all now. I don't see it moving anymore. Ah, that's a 1. What the fuck was that? What was that? It was like... All right. Last week, we announced that they were going to have some bodies appearing in Los Angeles this week. Well, they did it. And let me tell you, it was a giant fucking dud. I got on there early, and then they said, hi, we're here, and they had no sound. So it was like watching a StreamYard with someone who doesn't know how to run StreamYard. And they finally got that working, and they're like testing the mummy out, and they broke a goddamn toe off.
Oh, no.
I was like, that's not scientific. Whatever you say after that doesn't matter. But they did have metal in them, and they're weird. You can't trust this. You can't trust this. This is off the table. Get it out of here. We can't look at this as real evidence. It's just the people who are doing this are driving around with them in a trunk in Los Angeles. This isn't real.
Yeah.
All right, people, do you remember when Ross Coulthard, the guy that's always talking about aliens, said there was an alien ship so big they had to build something around it?
Yes.
You remember when he said that? And I said the Baghdad Embassy. Well, let me introduce you to the Baghdad Memorial for the Fallen Soldier. Oh, look at that. Something they built for multiple hundreds of millions of dollars. And what does it look like? What does it look? It's for the unknown soldiers. Yes, in Iraq.
It doesn't really look like a memorial.
No, it does not. It looks very much like a spaceship.
Yeah.
And that is what Ross Coulthard said. And so I said, yes, it's got to be the embassy. But look at this thing. It's hard to see. I have another picture from above. There it is. The Monument to the Unknown Soldier is a monument in central Baghdad built by Italian architect Alien de Alien, based on a concept by Iraq sculptor an ant person, and constructed between 79 and 82. It was dedicated to the martyrs of the Iran-Iraq War in 1986. The Nation of Congress, great celebration square was built near the monument. Yes, the Unknown Soldiers Monument, because if you remember, Ross Coulthard said they built a monument around it. Oh, they built a structure around it. They didn't say America did.
Right.
And I think this is what they found. There is a ship. There was an alien ship under that so big they couldn't move it. So what did they do? They built a monument to the unknown soldier. You understand how that works? Your mind would never think what is under there. But we know. Or it could be. That is my guess. Let's go to Baghdad and find out. Hey.
Not on my destination list, really.
No, and it's time for some reading. We love reading here. Oh, Vicky Verma, one of our favorite UFO people. U.S. pilot Captain William Schaffner was sent to intercept a UFO over England. His plane was found in the sea, but his body was missing. The cockpit was sealed shut. Yes, this happened a lot. Just mysterious disappearances where there's no parachute, cockpit was closed. Where did they go? We'll never know. Or maybe we will. I like this music. I maybe made this part a little long. There we go. All right. You guys, I live here in California, and we all know about the Malibu alien base off the coast, you know? But it's gone now.
No, I didn't know about this.
Oh, no, we've all known about this. Yes, yes, off the coast of Malibu, there's this giant structure. But guess what? Look on the one on the top left. Google has erased it. Or tried to, anyway. Why is Google Maps erasing things that we think are alien bases? That seems suspect. I'm just saying, don't do that. Don't do that. But many people have seen ships flying out of there, all sorts of weird anomalies with electromagnetic. You can't get it. Like, if you're out there, all right, if you're out there with a compass, I've been out there with a compass. It doesn't like spin, it does this.
Oh.
Goes from north to south, just back and forth, so you don't really know where you are. It's crazy. All right, let's give you a 100 years ago, almost, in Flat Mesa near Utah. This reminds me, did you ever see the movie Nope?
No.
Okay, well, if you have, people, this very much is where I think they got the movie Nope from. So this is one of the first recorded reports of a UFO. Don Wood Jr. Yes, Don. You know Don, and another American landed in a two-seater plane on Flat Mesa in the Nevada desert. They noticed something coming into land. It was round and flat like a saucer, about 8 feet across with a reddish underside. It skidded to a stop about 30 feet away. They walked up to it and found that it was an animal-like thing. Nothing they'd seen before. It had a Mica-like body, but no visible eyes or legs. It was hurt. And as it breathed, the top would rise and fall, making a half-foot hole around it like a clam opening and closing. A hunk had been chewed out of the side of the rim, from which a metal-looking froth issued. After a 20-minute rest, it started pulsating again and grew very bright, except for when it was hurt. It tried to rise up, but sank back again. Suddenly, the men saw a much larger animal, 30 feet across, approaching. It settled on the smaller one with 4 sucker-like tongues. Then it grew to dazzling and to look at, and both of them rose up straight up and shot out of sight in a second. At an estimated speed of 1,000 miles per hour, they're again 1925.
Huh.
They left behind an awful stench, which you always hear. The frothy stuff the little creature had bled looked like a fine aluminum wire, and there was frothier, wiry stuff in the 30-foot circle where the big creature had been. The material finally melted in the sun. That was David Pratt, 1959.
Wow.
Living UFOs. So Nope is real. Oh, no. That's not good. And that's the UA report. UAP report. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that was a good one.
It is very good. I think that we are starting to convince people. Do you think we're starting to convince people?
I don't know that I want to convince people. I just want to know what the reality is. I want to know the truth.
Do you really, though?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Well, I have a feeling that the truth is going to be one of the things we covered. Either it's going to be we're in the food chain. It's going to be locust people. It's going to be something that's not going to be great for people who are under 20 right now. I can tell you that. Everything that we have heard over the course of the last few months are people saying, this really sucks for young people. So something's coming. I can't wait to see what it fucking is.
Huh.
Oh, I gotta pee. Who's ready for aliens? It's alien time.
Woo. I'm ready.
Oh my God, we're like 3 hours into this. What happened? We didn't have anything, and now we're 3 hours in. All right, whatever. How does that work? All right, time for aliens.
Let's do it.
Oh my God. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got a comprehensive. It's happening. Let me introduce you to Major Kehoe. Very funny name, 1958. Let's hear him talk about things that happened before you were born.
Major Kehoe, I understand you have 3 new reports on file, which in your opinion, you have them currently on file, and they're new reports. And these, in your opinion, would convince every
Why are old people's faces shaped like that? I don't know.
person in this country that flying saucers are a fact. Is that correct?
They should convince a lot of people because of the names involved.
Tell us about it.
I told your interviewer in Washington that I couldn't mention the names because they were too high. One of them is a top scientist in this country whose name would be known to everybody.
Well, why wouldn't he want his...
Because he's afraid of the official ridicule.
He's afraid of official ridicule?
That's right.
More afraid of official ridicule than of possibly alerting the country to a serious national
You'd be surprised
danger?
how many people give us reports and they say, please keep my name confidential. Well, I'll give you one report which came to us. The name has to be left out. In 1951, a UFO circled the fleet in Korean waters. It circled it at high speed, and they launched several planes to try to get a close in on it. They got a radar lock on. That is, the radar was guiding the planes toward the object.
Mm-hmm.
This was picked up by radars on 14 naval vessels. This object
14?
circled about, for a half an hour more, and then it took off at a speed way over in excess of 1,000 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
This report was certified, and 9 members of our Board of Governors saw it, signed it, and agreed that they had seen it, and agreed to the contents.
Yeah.
There is another report that just came in from 4 top missile designers or engineers at one of the big plants in this
Yes, we were not always this hidden about these circumstances and what is going on. Sometimes we were open about it.
country. They saw an elliptically shaped object and 2 small round disc-shaped objects flying with it over California, November 11th, 1957, at a speed of at least 5,000 miles an hour. These men are well qualified to know what they see, with broad daylight, not a cloud in the sky. There have been cases even where the Air Force has shot at these things. Now, if there's nothing there and they don't exist, why do they shoot at them? You mentioned Mr. Horner. The day after Mr. Horner said that the Air Force was not concealing anything, Captain Gregory Oldenburg, a public information officer at Langley Field, refused to let an ad be inserted in the Langley Base Flyer, their newspaper, which asked that anybody interested in news please communicate and form a little group. He said, I must refuse to do this because the dissemination of information on UFOs is contrary to Air Force policy and Air Force Regulation 200-2. And I have a copy of it here.
There are government regulations that do not allow government employees to talk about UFOs. Why would they have that? Why? There's no regulation about me talking about, like, gremlins, because they don't exist. But if they did, they might have me sign documents that said, don't talk about them.
In case you want to see it.
Well.
All right, if anyone is paying attention to social media lately, a few months ago, I'd say like a month ago, we showed you a video of like a green light coming down over a home at night. Oh, what is that? Well, now they're everywhere.
Pause. It's a plane flying low over people's homes, scanning the ground with that green laser. Welcome back. I'm Chris Safadi.
And I'm Lois Tomey. So what does this plane, what is it doing? Awake News anchor Annette Montgomery joins us in the studio. And Annette, what did
Looking for those tits in our advertisement.
you learn?
Well, Chris and Lois, I learned who it's not after reaching out to everyone from the city of Cape Coral to the county to the Florida Division
Of course, it's a Florida thing.
of Emergency Management to the South Florida Water District and Port Authority. Now, these low-flying planes with green lasers does not belong to them. One neighbor got so fed up, she purchased a flight radar to help narrow down the search for the owner. It's not something you see every day.
Oh, geez, it was, it went back and forth.
Do you know how powerful a laser has to be from a plane that high up to see it like that? Jeez.
At least, I would say 40 minutes to an hour.
But for people living in Cape Coral, they've been seeing it a lot this week.
It was really late at night. It was kind of around midnight. It was around midnight. And I was actually in my car. I was just getting home, and I saw it going back and forth with a laser beam, and it scanned over me multiple times, and it was just moving. It was scanning the whole area, every square footage, basically, going just forth.
That low-flying plane was in Casey Sutton's neighborhood for hours Sunday night. Philip Bertolio saw it the same day, but a few hours earlier, while watching the Super Bowl game.
When it came by, you could see the green laser light like spread out, like it was mapping. We heard someone was mapping the area, is what we were told. But it went in a north and south direction, and it would just go farther to the west. It kept going north and south, and come.
It's the first time these neighbors saw a sight
Oh, what a night to do mushrooms.
like
Ugh.
this while looking up at the night sky. So Casey decided to track down who the plane and its lasers belong to.
I've never had flight radar until this happened, because I'm like, what the heck is going on? But it shows that what kind of plane it was and what type of plane. But I don't know who owns it. It just says private owner.
When you put the information Casey provided into the FAA website, it comes back with this information saying it's registered to Randigo LLC. But it's unclear who or what they're doing.
We just want to know what's going on. Why we're being scanned.
I also reached out to the U.S. Geological Survey as they are doing some mapping and data collection involving low-flying planes right now. But they told me not only do their planes fly during the day, they also don't use green lasers. I'm still
What is going on?
waiting to hear back
Yeah,
from the
what is this all about?
NOAA. I did speak with a representative over.
So she got nothing. She got nothing. All right, so aliens are here clearly, and we're scanning for them. That's what I think it is. The green lasers, they're looking for something.
Huh.
They're not scanning to geography. We've had Magellan, we've had Columbus. We know what the goddamn coasts look like. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
they don't have to
No.
scan for that.
They're looking for something. Something's here.
What do you
Maybe
think
it's
they're looking
aliens
for?
in it. Yeah, aliens in LA. That's a segue.
Hola amigos, ¿cómo están? Bueno,
Bien, ¿y tú?
transmitiendo en vivo aquí
Oh,
desde la
muy
Ciudad de
bien.
México.
Gracias.
Y quiero recordarles que el próximo martes 12 de marzo se realizará una conferencia de prensa en la ciudad de Los Ángeles,
I live there.
en el
City
área
of Los
de
Angeles.
West Hollywood.
Oh, it's close to me. Yeah, same zip code.
Desde
Or area code.
ahí, desde el Hotel Mondrian,
Oh, I can't afford to go there. Ugh.
se va a llevar a cabo esta conferencia de prensa donde se van a dar a conocer dos nuevos
Oh no, 2 new aliens of the triactal beings.
especímenes.
Mexico and these other places are calling them triactal.
Triactyl
call
or
it-
tridactyl?
Tridactyl, whatever. We are calling them ant people or caterpillar people. I think we're talking about the same group of people.
De los seres tridáctilos. Verdaderamente impresionantes, en verdad se los digo. Son parte del mismo descubrimiento, pero que pudimos obtener para su investigación muy recientemente y ahora los vamos a dar a conocer, además de que pues también se van a dar a conocer noticias que aún no puedo revelar, muy, muy importantes. Han sido invitados todos los medios de comunicación que deseen asistir. Usted, si representa un medio, lo puede hacer en el Hotel Mondrian, en West Hollywood, el 12 de marzo.
March 12th. That's 5 days from now.
Let's
Ah, aliens are going to be in LA, and I'm not talking about the Catalanos. No, that's in May. Oh, hey, Spider.
But they're
Hello.
going to be at a hotel?
Yes, they're going to be in a hotel. Aliens hanging out at the hotel, as they do. in
Down,
LA.
I want to see them.
Yes.
Dará inicio a las 12 del día para que esté usted ahí o bien que nos
All right, yeah, so 12 o'clock on March 12th. Let's watch some aliens in LA, baby. All right, this is the heat map. Yeah, we did one of the world where all the aliens were being reported. This is where they're being reported in America. And take a look. It's pretty fucking convincing, yes?
Yes.
There's something about the west coast of the United States that these ships love or our military loves.
Maybe they're looking for Bigfoot.
Hey, yo.
You never
Just
know.
thought that was it. Thought that was interesting.
It is.
None in Mississippi. Sorry, Jake. No aliens in Mississippi. Just, wet mouths for your peanut. All right, would you like to have a rating system? It's like this. Aliens are now so common, we need to start thinking about a rating system. So let's talk about it.
Okay.
is called the Close Encounters UFO Rating System by Dr. J. Allen Hynek, Dr. Jacques Vallée, and Dr. Stephen Greer. All right. On the number 5 close encounter of the 5th kind, its human-initiated contact methods include meditation. You know, this is wah-wah shit. This ain't real. All right, so let's ignore CE5. All right, CE4, abduction. Long-lasting effects, surgical procedures, psychological trauma, surreal elements. This is very real and very scary. We all know close encounters of the 3rd kind. The entities are we've all seen the movies. There's contact, interaction, physical evidence. Yes, that's the 3rd kind. 2nd kind is a visual sighting. Physical effects. This is like fire in the sky. Except, you know, that turns into a C3. And C1 is just a sighting, close range, no interaction, no evidence. So 5-1. 5 being, I saw one and it probed me anally, to 1 being, I saw one and it didn't probe me anally. That's the rating system.
Okay.
Please, commit it to memory. That's the rating system. Did you know this? When you think maybe, are we food? Probably not. No, we couldn't be food. Unless it was a smaller group of people than we thought. They maybe needed less of us. Would it surprise you to learn that 2,300 people a day go missing in America?
No, that doesn't surprise me at all. I follow true crime.
2,300. Now, that would feed a small army of mantis people or grasshopper people, right?
I would think so.
750,000 a year.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if the contract that our governments have with them says, hey, listen, we'll let you do your thing. You be you, we ain't gonna fuck with you, but we need to eat 2,300 of you a year. Our government would say no problem because you outclass us with tech. So yes, do what you need to do until we secretly can outclass you, but we never can because of thousands of years ahead. I just think that's interesting that is a Google fact. 2,300 a day. That's almost 100 an hour.
Yeah, I've wondered before where all these missing people are going. I mean,
in my belly. $1 bill, y'all. I just gave up on changing titles. All right, this is someone I follow on Twitter, Vlad the Alien, and they've had some amazing scoops, probably CIA, but whatever. We're gonna read it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty disturbed by these findings, but I'm gonna share them with you anyway. Make up your own mind. I've got my dirty little hands on a leaked alien autopsy report of large insectoid creatures. What? Captured in the Russia when it was USSR. This document surfaced in 1996. Its authenticity is still debated, which means it's fake, but it contains highly specialized and technical information with a lot of discoveries made ahead of its time, such as the existence of haploids, half the number of chromosomes in somatic cells, among worker termites. That's right, folks. They're not ants. They're not grasshoppers. They're goddamn termites. If it was faked, it required a large group of specialized expert biologists with a larger time and effort involved. It contains so much technical information that it is unreadable for the general population, which raises the most doubts about the intentional disinformation angle. Yes, it's 27 pages in Russian. We're not going to read that, but here's another page. 2 experts analyzed the insectoid autopsy report and found no evidence of fabrication or glaring scientific errors. They both highlighted that it would require an expensive, decades-long, secretive research involving psychologists, biochemists, and cytologists. This is the main concern of Boris, I'm not saying that, professor of biology, I'm not saying that either. The information is contained in the report demands a vast amount of work and the involvement of such high-caliber specialists that it's hard for him to believe that this could be kept secret. The issue of biogenics alone, the network structures instead of mitochondria, would be worthy of a Nobel Prize. Add to that the fact that the report contains scientific discoveries unavailable at the time. It becomes even more compelling. Yes. Would you like to see what they found?
Definitely. Oh.
Yes. This is what they found. An insectoid. And if you look at the hand, that's not Jake Hudson's hands, but it's shaped very much like it.
Wow. Where did they find that?
This is Russia. They found
Russia?
it.
Okay.
Yes. One they couldn't claim. One they couldn't smell or find. And it died in the cold.
Whoa.
All right, are you ready, folks? 1 in the chat if you think this is real. 2 if you think it is fake. You know how it goes. Here we go. Oh, it's just a thing in the sky. Probably a helicopter. Nothing big. Probably not going to do anything weird.
That's weird. I can see the stars clear, but that's fuzzy.
Wait for it.
What the fuck?
That is not
What the fuck
editing.
is this?
That is real. What is going on in our goddamn skies? Hold on.
I don't know, but it's tripping me out.
Me
But I've
too.
never seen anything like that.
The deeper I get into this, it gets crazier and crazier. And then I have people texting me that they have some real information. I have other people texting me, no, don't listen to them. They're from the CIA. Oh, it's getting crazy over here. If I disappear, I did not kill myself in Minecraft. Now, this is filmed by the CIA, and it goes into the ocean. You tell me what the fuck this is.
Okay.
Is this a drone? No means of propulsion, spinning in the air. Almost like disappearing and then coming back. Like our dimension is a toy to it.
What is that on night vision record or something?
Yes.
I don't know.
Not seen by the naked eye, by the way. See how it disappears, but there's like flume coming from it when it does it? Like something happens when it goes into that world right there. Now it's back. What the fuck is that? And then what you see right there are waves. So watch it go into the water. It goes into the water and doesn't slow down. There it goes into the water. Doesn't slow down. It's following it in the water. It doesn't slow down. 100 mph. No changing. Oh, it's gone, right? Nope. Still just chugging along in the water at the same speed it was in the air.
Dang.
Gone? Nope. There it is in the water. Is that a shark? Nope. What is that? Is that a fucking missile? Nope. It's this thing that's just chilling in and out of the water. And splitting in half. By the way. What is that? Can you come up with something that we have on Earth that is that?
No, there's no words for that.
No. And that is over the, I believe it is the Black Sea. And it just disappears into the water. That's it. All right, let me put that in there because that is clearly a 1.
That's a 1.
Here we go. We got more 1s coming. Passenger on a plane. Oh no, what was that? Did you see it?
Yep. Wow.
Why do they love passenger planes so much? I can't wait till we know these answers. What do we have that goes that fast? Nothing.
Crazy.
Stop it! They're real! They're here! Let's just be fucking cool about it. Hold on. I gotta put my number in there. It is important that I vote.
Fast bird.
Yeah, it's just A bird going faster than jet planes.
Ver para creer. Por eso les vamos a mostrar las increíbles imágenes de un objeto volador no
I'm sorry to make you read so much tonight, but a lot of this happens in other countries.
identificado sobre el volcán Popocatépetl.
This is what happens over a fucking volcano. It's on the news. And by the way, yes, and I would, and yes, and I would.
En México. Véalo aquí. Este objeto tenía forma de platillo, era metálico y volaba sin hacer ruido.
Mire, además no tenía alas y aparentemente ningún tipo de propulsión. El extraño objeto se movió sobre el cráter y luego desapareció entre las nubes.
Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard was right. They live in our fucking volcanoes.
Muchos
Ah!
dicen que se trató de una nave de otro mundo, pues no se parecía a ningún objeto conocido aquí en la Tierra.
Is that what L. Ron Hubbard said?
Yes, he said that the Thetans all came from volcanoes with nuclear bombs and shit. And others these UFOs and these volcanoes. Maybe he was right. I don't know.
I still don't think he was right, but maybe he had something with that.
No, go clear. You got to get clear. That one was real. There's another one over a city where you're like, okay, that's just a light. Look how fast that's moving. No plane moves that fast. No drone moves that fast. Oh, it stopped. Oh, it made a light.
Uy, se está viniendo hacia acá. Uy,
Oh, and it's gone. Now it's back. Now it's going up. Okay,
He said he
that
couldn't
one.
believe it.
That one was one. I mean, come on, people. How can you can't fake this? Another one that blows your goddamn mind. You walk outside and you see that above the hospital, and you're like, what? What?
Oh my god.
What is going on? What is going on in the sky? What is it?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the next. All right. This is on a video cam. This has been online for 20 years, so this is absolutely authentic. It's a man who catches a mantis creature on his video. See the dark thing in the middle of the field right there? Right in the middle, right under the play sign. If you just go down a little bit, there's a little dark thing.
Yeah, I see that.
Keep your eye on that.
Okay.
And he's gone. You
And
saw the face.
camera moved.
Because if
zoom in
you,
on that?
that's pretty much it. You no eyesight. It's terrible. It's like 180p. But they always say that this is what they look like. This video is sort of confirmed by government people that yes, this is what the hybrid creatures look like in the wild.
So they don't look very scary. It looks
Well,
pretty small.
You better knock on wood.
I
Because
did.
they can be anywhere at any time and anything.
Oh.
So. Higher dimensional creatures don't exist by our rules. Dimensional status.
It looks cuter than E.T.
Very big eyes. Probably a guy in a suit, you know. But that's why we do real or fake. That one I'm gonna go 1.5. Not really sure.
Años me gusta grabar.
Now this one.
El Cerro La Silla, el Cerro Las Mitras, la Sierra Madre. Y ese día en particular había muy poca nubosidad y estaba.
Now David Faber, the Air Force pilot who saw one of the Tic Tac things, when he watched it, he said it did this thing where it would just like bolt around in front of him. It was crazy because it was just confined to like a bubble, but it would bolt around. It's exactly what he's describing.
Casi en su totalidad y decidí grabar el Cerro de la Silla.
And again, I'm sorry to make you read.
Con mi teléfono y Y a la hora de hacer el zoom out, me di cuenta que debajo de mí había un punto.
And the way that is described is that thing is actually not moving like that, but it is in some sort of gravity bubble or some sort of, bubble that we don't understand. And then it just looks like it's moving, but it's actually not moving.
En la nube. Ya no lo alcancé a grabar porque pues empecé a tomar el control del avión para hacer la aproximación, pero justo llegando a tierra me di a la tarea de ver qué era y me di cuenta pues que era en este caso un ovni, ¿no? Un objeto volador no identificado. Y pues bueno,
there's nothing that moves like that in nature. There's no natural thing that moves like that.
2-3 cosas ahí para ver qué era. Me di cuenta pues que tenía movimientos muy rápidos. Venía prácticamente a la velocidad del avión en el descenso. Estamos hablando de casi 500 kilómetros por hora en el descenso, 400
It's about 248 miles an hour while doing those maneuvers.
por hora.
Yeah, we have something like that.
Flex 316 says it almost looks like eye fluid, like vitreous fluid.
I would say there's something so familiar about the way it moves that we've seen it before as humans. We understand what it is even when we don't. That's scary. That's the scarier thing.
Tenía unos movimientos muy erráticos.
That's why Bigfoot doesn't scare me, because it doesn't feel like something I've seen before. But what I just watched right there, it feels like something my DNA has seen before.
Unas fuerzas G extremadamente fuertes para
a human would not survive those G-forces.
Lo que es el aparato y
That right there, that move, that would kill a human.
Y pues bueno, ahí
You'd be just a egg splatted against the wall, even if you had your goddamn seatbelt.
El video de lo que me tocó ver ese día fue el 5 de julio del 2020.
All right, that is... I've never seen a 1 more than that is a 1. Oh my God, that's a 1. All right. So this is 1 hour and 17 minutes long, and I 8 times sped it. Here's what happens when you speed it up that much. You notice there is a point at the top, and the bottom is moving. You wouldn't have noticed that without speeding it up. So this is coming from some sort of craft, because the satellite moves. This doesn't move. This is over a long period of time. 8 times speed. You hear him talking?
Mm-hmm.
But you see the top point doesn't move, but the bottom does, and it goes in a circle, like a pendulum.
Exactly.
It swings like a pendulum. What would do that in the sky? You see why I sped it up? To give you a perspective of this thing is moving. It's swinging.
What would the point of that be, though?
I don't know how you construct that. Imagine how you would construct a thing swinging. That's hundreds of yards. If that was in the wind, it wouldn't be straight. Do you understand? That is a light or something going straight. I don't think we have the technology to make that. Look at it swing left and right like that.
Huh.
And it swings straight. Doesn't bend like it's in the current or some sort of wind thing. No. Totally straight. 100% straight. And again, this is 8 times speed. So for every second is happening 8 times as fast. So 10 seconds happens in 1 second, roughly. Like, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 6 seconds. That was a minute. So what is it moving? What is it hanging off of? What is it? That one scares me.
Flex says it's 3 drones. I don't know.
If it was a drone, Flex, it would not have the ability to have a straight line of light from one to the other. This is not possible with our current technology because the light would bend or the drones it wouldn't be how that one is stationary, completely stationary, and the other is in the wind. That means this is connected somewhere to something stationary. All right, let me introduce you. I think this is the last one. And thank you for sticking with us. But let me introduce you to David Haith on Twitter. Because we think about abductees and, oh yeah, I got abducted by aliens. Oh, they're crazy people. But what if it were real? And what if there were hundreds of people like you? And what if you found out that the suicide rate in Minecraft for people who have been abducted is over 50%? Would you think, oh, okay, so crazy people consider themselves abducted and they're crazy, so they end up, going out in a bad way, so that's how it... Or would you take the time to consider, just for a moment, these people are targeted for some reason or another we don't understand. They see these things and they're real. Because it's one or the other. But this is a man that has talked to thousands of abductees. And he says, David Haith, Eric Mitchell has revealed, because Eric Mitchell is this psychiatrist that works with David Haith, that he may have saved the lives of more than 200 suicidal UFO experiencers. But Eric, who himself came close to death when he put a loaded gun in his mouth in Minecraft, failed to save one of the phone helpline clients. Yes, the rate is very high, and he saved people. Eric said she started screaming at him that this is all demonic. Hey, you should listen to Jesus. No, not so much. And he said, Mom, I'll show you. If you don't think this is real right now, he ran directly outside the second-story balcony and dove over the rails headfirst in the concrete. Eric says he had to carry that around with him for a long time and blame himself. What kills me is there's nothing in place to help these people. Everyone's like, oh, these people are crazy, but if they're not, then the psychology and the medical world has failed them. These are people that had real experiences, came to doctors, and the doctors are like, nope, here's a pill. Yeah. But this man has saved over 200 lives. And he says, it's one hole in the world we should come together to fix. And I agree with this Kenneth Pogue-looking motherfucker. Kenneth Pogue and Shuli mixed is right. Yes. So we're going to leave you with that tonight. There are some people that have been abducted by these things, whether it's government researchers, whether it's aliens, whatever it is. And the trauma for that has caused them significant pain. This thing is real in that way. At least I believe it is. I could be wrong. And I leave myself open for that because that's, we have to. But you know what's happening in Peru right now?
What's that?
Oh no, I gotta take an image off. We have so many images, we're just destroying our show. Hold on. Hi, Karen. I'm gonna take you off now. Thank you, Karen. All right. So, in Peru right now, they are doing a disclosure. And they had some doctors come up and show some of the x-rays of the aliens they had. This is the x-rays. The doctor that looked at these was a hand and wrist specialist for 40 years, trained at UCLA. And he said, you could not fake these. There is no special effects shop in Hollywood that could fake these. And so what we're looking at here is our alien overlords have 3 fingers. And what they call this is catastrophic disclosure. Catastrophic disclosure is disclosure that is going to take your mom by surprise and have her faint and hold her heart. Be like, oh my God, did you see what's happening? It's going to affect everyone. It's a Taylor Swift song. Catastrophic.
Well, that's why they call them tridactyl.
Yes, it is.
I get it now.
But they're insect. And that's the thing that's scary to tell people is that they're insect. Because our knowledge and study of insect is things so small and below us. But if we realize insects they're bigger and above us, it's going to change our whole reality. But they are, and it is, in my opinion. Wasn't that amazing, though?
Mm-hmm. That
This is
blows my
very
mind
nice.
every week.
Yes, it does. I think that was maybe one of the best. Maybe one of the best. You want to see some aliens?
Oh,
These
yeah.
electric-
Yep.
It's goddamn alien time! All right. We don't live on top of ants. No, I've studied it enough now. We live on top of crickets. Whatever you want to call them. Grasshoppers, locusts. These are our gods that live below us. Our Jesus is a locust. Guaranteed. Everyone, meet Charles Hickson. From, I can't even pronounce this name, Pascagoula, Florida. The UFO incident said the alien warned him that this world would be destroyed again if humans did not change our ways. And he was one of two witnesses, and in this video he describes his encounter as the craft descended and took him aboard.
One on this arm like this, and on the other one, they had my other arm like that. And I just seemed to lift up to the same height off the ground, and we just moved into the craft.
Now inside, how did they lay you out? Do you remember how it happened?
Yes. I didn't see any tables or chairs or anything in there. I'm not saying it wasn't in there because the light was almost blinding, but I didn't see any. And when they carried me inside, they seemed to just lean me
That is aggressive boldness right there.
back, And this eye, I keep referring to it as an eye, and it moved up in front of me about this close. And it started right at my eyes, looking me right in the eye. And it hesitated there for a few seconds, and it just started moving.
It was 1972, but
moving over my entire body. When they brought me from the craft along this area here, and they didn't drop me, they just released me back to the ground. And I fell. I don't know why my legs were weak. I don't know why it was the fright or what it was, but I fell onto the ground. And that's when I seen Calvin. He's standing right over here in this area, and he was standing.
Calvin is the other witness. Him and Calvin are the witness.
Facing the river with his arms outstretched like that, just like he was staring at something. I think there has to be a reason. Calvin and me was picked.
Maybe because you could take it?
Well, it might be. I don't know. I think that they know more of what's going on down here on this earth than we think. And
does this guy look like he's lying? This is a man of. You cannot get a more man of salt than this.
I don't know. They might have been, you might say, looking for somebody that could, you might say, hold up under the strain, and convince people that there is another world and there's some kind of life on that world.
All right. Here is a super cut of some of the things that are going around now. The word somber is used. The word, once we learn this as humans, we are not going to be happy. So this is just a super cut of where your attitude should be with disclosure. I call it the fear supercut. Because you need to have an element of fear. You need to understand. Be afraid.
It's just like humans, right? Humans are generally kind, but we also kill animals for food. And like, if you were a cow, you'd be like, these evil humans are gonna chop me up and eat me. So but we're not actually malevolent as a whole, but some lower sentient species would see us as malevolent.
Are we prepared to?
You understand what he's saying there. He gave up the game. We're being eaten. But it's not our fault. We're just food. We're just on the menu.
To recognize that we're not at the top of the food chain, potentially? that we're not the alpha predator, that we are maybe somewhere in the middle.
If many people knew.
That's Lou Elizondo saying, and I've played it here before, that we are not on the top of the food chain. You know how you know that we're not on the top of the food chain? We have an expiration date.
What I know about it, from my study of it over many years, they might be very alarmed. We have many cases on record of cattle being taken. I'm glad to think that some of them, like beef, there might be other forms of protein that they might be after, which would be rather more alarming.
No, I'm talking
a more human form of protein.
Here about malevolence. I'm talking here about deliberately targeted attacks by, alleged non-human intelligences that weren't accidental.
You might be asking, where's his face? Well, we got a demonetization. So I am playing careful with all this.
That they were deliberate acts of murder, killing, and mutilation.
If the general public knew or saw what you saw, what would the next week look like? How would the public react?
DJ Electrify.
Yes.
He just asked him, if you, DJ Electrify, knew what I know, how would you react?
Somber.
I don't know.
Somber. That's how I feel. I feel we're lucky because we're near our 50s and we've had a full life and we'll probably not get much further than that. But I feel for your son. I feel for everyone's son. I feel for everyone's daughters because they're not going to get the life we got.
Somber, like a sigh of relief?
Somber meaning serious. Not like Hollywood portrays people partying in the streets and silliness like that.
He said that he actually witnessed an ET on more than one occasion, and he said it's nothing like you would see in films with big eyes and smiley faces, and he said it looked like a devil. And he also said that they would rip you apart. He was saying, films are all good enough about UFOs and ETs and all of this. He said, but when you get involved in reality, it's a completely different thing. And the other thing he said was, he says this statement that aliens are friendly, that he's obviously heard through watching media and whatnot, he says he was no way. He stated that in 4 or 5 of these cases there were craft debris and they were able to see what had been on board the craft. This included human and animal body parts.
Yes. Survivors of alien craft or been on them have seen vats of human body parts that have been ingested by the alien.
Wow.
And that is why they say we're in the middle of the food chain. Because we die. Imagine a universe where you die, where you cease to exist. You're not at the top of the food chain. In that universe, the ones who can conquer death and can exist forever, they're at the top. They're in the middle, where we are. Because we can't, and have not yet, escaped death. But I think we will.
Well, what happened?
Everyone knows Dan Aykroyd, right? The great comedian. He did this show for Sci-Fi Channel. It was about aliens. You never saw it. Let him explain why.
We sold the show to Sci-Fi Channel, and it was called Out There, and I basically interviewed all of the people that I admired in various fields of study, like Colin Andrews from the Crop Circle movement, Linda Moulton Howe, the expert on cattle mutilations, John Mack. And let me just put a pin in things right there, because John Mack has taken this study of abductions, UFOs, right out through the other side, and he's going, yes, we know they're here, we know they're coming, we know people have been taken, we know there's experimentation going on, we know people have been told about agendas. What we now have to do is use that as a key and as a motivation to socially transform this planet to a more peaceful, more loving, more tolerant state. So his movement, the movement for social change, has just accepts as a fact abductions, UFOs, interplanetary intervention, and what he's doing is taking it out through the positive side of it and saying, now we must use it to socially transform. And I think his message is great. But I talked to him, I talked to the Allagash guys who were taken in the canoe on that trip in Pennsylvania. The last show we did, I had both Bassett, who has the UFO time clock, and then Greer. Both Bassett and Greer were there. They were my two guests for the day. Well, the show was canceled that afternoon. And I was outside, before I knew it was canceled, in between the interviews. And I was outside, and Britney Spears called me because she wanted me to be,
as one does,
appear on Saturday Night Live with her. And so I was outside having a cigarette, the phone rang. Oh, Brittany, how you doing?
Outside having a cigarette. It reminds me, DJ Electrify.
Yes?
No, sure, of course I will. I turned away like this. I turned back, and there was a black Ford across the road, a black Ford sedan. And I was trying to look at the plate, and the plate seemed kind of like fuzzy, and I was, definitely a police car. And two guys were there, and a big, tall guy got out of the back seat. And he stood in the street on 42nd Street it was. We were at 42nd Street and 8th Avenue. And he looked right at me. And literally, I was on the phone. Hey, oh, sure, of course I'd love for the show. Saw the Ford, went back like this, turned back like a half second later, and it was gone. And that car did not go past me. It did not make a U-turn, because I would have seen 42nd Street. I would have seen that thing take a U-turn and go away. That car vanished. That car was a cloaked vehicle of some type. And whether this was like a warning to me, because the guy got out of the back seat, gave me a real dirty look. That car vanished. I know what I saw. And, it was just this fast. It was, oh, hi, Brittany, sure. Oh, of course, I'd love to. Guy gives me a dirty look. Oh, well, sure. Car gone. That's what happened. And then 2 hours later, we were told we were not to continue taping, and the show was canceled, and none of them would air. I don't know. I don't know. Was that an MIB experience? Black helicopters, military abductions that happen. Sometimes people are taken, and they talk about then being visited by, military personnel and debriefed about their abduction. Was it a technology associated with some of these beings that are visiting that wanted to warn me off, or that wanted to give me verification that I was on the right track? I don't know. But I do know I did turn back a second later, and it takes so long for an automobile accelerating from 0 to 40 miles an hour to reach the corner of 8th Avenue and 42nd Street going past me, and then pulling a U-turn and going out towards Times Square. I would have seen that car. And I looked around. I was looking for that then. It was gone. So, I don't know. The tapes exist. I have them. We're going to try to repackage them. We might put them out on DVD.
Those tapes have never come out. All right, everyone's heard about Atlantis, this mythical country or continent that existed during the Greek philosophers' time. We got some LiDAR evidence. It may have existed. Guys, tripping.
We kept looking and looking and looking.
This is in Saudi Arabia. It's the eye of Saudi Arabia.
And nothing was popping out. There's no visible architecture of any kind anywhere. But then, once our eyes got adjusted to the landscape, then hundreds and hundreds of features started popping out, if not thousands.
Thousands of features started popping out in the eye of the Sahara.
In the heart of the Ricot structure are two
The Ricot structure. What is it?
Absolutely massive rectangular structures that look like they have rounded towers at the end. To me, that was one of the most exciting finds. These are pretty major. They're pretty wild, and they're definitely ancient. They're not anything more modern.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so we'll go to the westernmost one. We'll zoom in and zoom in and zoom in. You can actually see the little animal pens.
Well, that's not natural. No.
So this could have easily housed more than 100 camels or donkeys. This wouldn't have been a place where you just kind of camp out for a night. They're clearly going to have food. There's going to be trading that goes on. There probably would have been wells there. In fact, previous research reports that were done, they've said, you know, we've been there. We found hand axes from more than 100,000 years ago. We found Neolithic blades, but absolutely no evidence whatsoever until now of any kind of built human structures in and around the Hackride structure. But I think the story has changed. These probably date to 8,000 to 5,000 years ago. I'm super, super excited about what we found. It opens up, I think, a chapter of archaeology that archaeologists didn't know was there.
Oh, that's amazing. All right, is everyone ready? All right, we're down to that time of real and fake. It's where I tell you, is this... I'm trying to... we have a guest coming up. I'll give you 1 second. Sending him the link. All right, Big Willie style, it is sent. But now it is the time to get on your phone or get on computer, get near the 1 or 2 button. Tell me, real or fake? DJ Electrify? Are you there?
I'm ready. I'm ready to play.
I want your votes as well. Here we go. This is the first one. Filmed in Turkey. And yeah, those are probably just drones. Why are they so random, except some are not? Look at that. Look at that. That's like 1 billion drones. I don't know. That's the first one. It's all right. We're just warming you up. 1 for real, 2 for fake. Put it in the chat.
It looks like a UFO, right? That's a UFO. Christian. It's just staying right there. Look, it's just above there. Are you recording it? Yeah. That's a UFO. You can just see it. Well, hiding on. Bro, you can just see it. It's like the round. Just keep recording it. It's only on YouTube. It won't expire.
What did you think on that one? Was that one real or fake?
You know, I don't know. Doesn't look like it was doctored or anything, so I'm going to go with 1 real.
All right, we'll put it in the chat. I didn't see it.
It's there.
All right, good.
All right.
This is crazy. Look at this one. What could do that? What could do that? All right, hold on. Get in the chat. And then press it. One. There we go. It'll take me forever. All right, Secret Snake. You're all number 2. What do you think about this one? Those are not fireworks. No. That one gets a 1 from me. Thank you. Here we go. Andrew, how dare you? There we go. All right, this is in the war in Ukraine. Apparently, UFOs are showing up all over the battlefield.
Охренеть, ни хрена.
Что это за херня такая?
Это тарелка
Ну,
по-любому.
блядь.
По-любому.
А ну, приблизь еще.
На месте стоит, ты ж бачишь.
А на месте, блядь.
What is
А
that?
в теплак ничего не светит?
Что ты хочешь?
So UFOs are current as fuck. That's a 1.
I don't know. That screen didn't even look real.
Go ahead and think whatever you want, Fry Lady.
I will.
This is in China after an earthquake. And I don't know what could do that. I really don't know what could do that. Multiple cameras. It would scare me if I saw that. You saw that in the sky? Are you kidding me? What do you got, people? Is that real? Look at him flying towards it. Oh, God. It's so
Whoa.
That is so scary. It's the same thing, but right below it. What is that?
The other one, you know, they hit my other one like that.
Oh no, why did I do that?
My legs were weak. I don't
know. Alright. Put a 1 in the chat real quick because that was a 1. Alright, we've seen that one. Alright, we've seen that one.
Later on, and
Alright. So what happened is, you know, Elon Musk has a company that sends ships to space. And we got some interesting shit on one of their cameras. After this, watch again, because this is over China. Amazing that it's red. This is clearly the Chinese government doing something here to me. Just to make people go, oh, our aliens are for us. We're going to live interesting lives over the next 5 years, people. And you heard it here first. He's standing under that same thing we were just watching with the music. And it's crazier when you stand under. Look at that. And here we go. This is SpaceX.
The solar panels.
Everyone, keep your eye in the middle right section.
Plasma thrusters. It's all electric propulsion system to reshape its orbit from the.
Things shouldn't be moving like the things that move in this screen right here. Oh, you know. I hope you paid attention.
I couldn't really see that one. It was too small.
It went really quick. But it was things moving that shouldn't be moving. And here's another one. All right. If you have a night scope, this is what it looks like in a clear sky. That's what birds look like. Oh, you see how birds look?
Mm-hmm.
See how that looks? You see how a satellite looks. Just in a straight line. What's that? An aircraft. Okay, so it's like a jet. See how it blinks? What's that? What's this? What is it? What is that? Changes direction. Oh, what? Again, changes direction. These pilots in space that they don't want us to know about should probably take less crazy directions when they're driving. You know, we wouldn't know you're there. You kind of blew it. All right, one more. Now, This is Iran. So Iran. They had an incident last week that they thought was an American drone, but it just sat there as they fired on it for like 5 hours and it never got hit. This is it. The bright light on the top is the object, and those tracers are the bullet. And it just sat there. That sun-looking object, it just sat there. You see how they blow up before it gets to it, like there's some sort of shield. This is the Iranian army doing that, but with no success. Get in here. That's a one. That's definitely a one. All right. And finally, imagine you were on a flight and you're like, okay, I see this. What is this? It is the single best UFO video that has ever existed.
Yeah, this one blows my mind.
A drone cannot fly at these heights at this speed. It spins a little. If you fly one of these for our governments, give me a call here at Hackride Studios. We'd love to have you as on a guest. People, I mean, after this video and after these hours that we've shown you, isn't it all but clear? Someone is here. Someone bigger and better than us. And they want to let us know that 2030 is coming and someone even bigger than them is on the way. I think that's what's going on. We have an evolved cricket, grasshopper, or locust underneath us. Yeah, sometimes they eat us. Because, you know, protein. It's like we eat cattle. But they also understand we're intelligent and make great music. They heard Led Zeppelin. They heard Pink Floyd. Why do you think we're still here? I would say it's because of things like that. And you know, our time is coming. So kiss your loved one. Tell them that you love them. And don't deny the evidence in front of your face. All right. Everyone's heard of Roswell. You know, there's some images from the day before and some content from the day before.
I did not know that.
All right. The day before Roswell, July 7th, 1947, nickel for every time somebody from the AEC, Atomic Electric Commission, which really rules this earth, because the atomic bomb is the thing that rules this earth, chimed in on matters related to UAPs. Mr. David Lilienthal, chairman of the United States Atomic Energy Commission, said that the objects had nothing to do with the atomic experiments, and Army and Navy officials entered positive disclaimers. The port generally agreed that the object was round or oval with a speed ranging from 300 to 1,200 miles an hour. Oh, let's just ignore that. Flying with an uldating motion at 10,000 feet. So basically being able to make moves in an atmosphere that others couldn't. That's amazing. That's amazing. Yes. And so clearly, other things were going on there, right? Something other was happening. And this is the day of Roswell. Photo of an odd-shaped aircraft taken by WMA Rhodes. July 7, 1947, with a ship reported to be 23 30 feet in diameter, traveling at an estimated speed of 100 miles per hour. All right. Would you like to see what the craft? Because we think it's a donut-shaped craft that crashed in Roswell. Would you like to see the craft that they think crashed in Roswell?
Yeah.
There it is. Not exactly a donut. No. But that comes from redacted files from the American spy and military community. And here's the thing. They've been around a long time, people. Oh my God, so long. Longer than anyone we could name in our heritage as people. What you're looking at here is a picture from the 1600s about a war that happened in the sky above Germany. And, you could say, oh, it doesn't mean anything. It's just someone's psychedelic dream. But they actually wrote a story about it. So I will go ahead and start reading the story. In the morning of April 14th, 1561, at daybreak, between 4 and 5 a.m., a dreadful apparition occurred on the sun. And then this was seen in Nuremberg, Germany, in the city. Before the gates and in the country, thank you, Goizemos, for giving us this reading of it. Amazing. Before the gates in the country. By many men and women. At first it was what appeared to be in the middle of the sun, two blood semi-red circular arcs. Just like the moon in its last quarter, and in the sun, above and below, on both sides, the color was blood. There stood a round ball of partly dull, partly black ferrous color. Likewise, there stood it on both sides, and as a tourist about the sun, such blood-red ones and other balls in larger numbers, about 3 in a line, and 4 in a square, also some alone. It just sounded like chaos. This guy, like a battle was going on, between which there were blood-red stripes, like maybe something was blown up and explosions becoming thicker to the rear, and in the front, malleable by the I don't know what that was. Like the rods of reed grass. What's grass? Which were intermingled. Among them, 2 big rods. One on the right, the other on the left. Within the small and big rods, also 4. And more. These all started to fight amongst themselves, so that the globes, which were first in the sun, flew out to the ones standing on both sides. Thereafter, the globes standing outside the sun in the small and large rows flew into the sun.
Whoa.
Can you imagine seeing that? Can you imagine seeing that?
No. I know.
And
I looked at that. What are those rods and crosses or X's and what is all that? What's going on?
Right? Before AI, this is the picture you draw. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Too much to understand. Like, why is that broken off to the left? Everything has a story here. And the story is, we are not first run. This is not Seinfeld 92. No. This is Seinfeld 2024 on Pluto. We are Pluto. In my opinion.
Hey, Big Willie needs the links.
Here we go. It's time for some aliens.
Prior.
That's right. The world is nothing but an anthill we live on. So here, this is what they call in the UFO universe the Reagan staff story. But it's really about a cabinet member, but not really. So these stories are everywhere. People learning information and freaking the fuck out because you would too. And people seeing their reaction.
To creating Dark Skies, I met with my partner, Brent Friedman. And I didn't know him at the time, and he told me a story about when he was an 18-year-old, and he had been hired to drive a car across the United States to deliver it to someone who was in Reagan's cabinet, who lived in the neighborhood he was at and was a family friend. And that this person was the Undersecretary of the Navy in the first term and Secretary of Energy in the second term, and that he told Brent some harrowing things, which I'm just not going to get into right now. It's too long of a story, but suffice it to say, this person felt that his very basis of reality had been challenged, that he had been briefed and the briefing wasn't so good. And I'll just give you the one quote. He said he cried himself to sleep every night during the briefing period, which apparently was 6 to 8 weeks. And
the only reason you would cry yourself to sleep is you were giving an expiration date. That's the only reason. Think of another one. No, we're going to last forever. Oh, okay, it'll be okay. My grandkids will be okay. No, there's an expiration date coming. That is why people are freaking the fuck out.
Brent asked him why, and he said, because I have daughters, and this is the world they're going to live in. And that is kind of existentially disquieting, right? So, I actually believe that story to be true. I mean, I've looked into it, and I know Brent's truthfulness. So I think there is a darker side to this. It doesn't mean there isn't a lighter side. I have not heard the lighter side in the same kind of graphic.
It'll tickle when they eat us.
Relief that I heard about the darker side.
Oh, fucking whatever. Okay, so what this is Representative Ralph Norman. And this is after a classified briefing on NHI and UAP. This is about a week ago. Listen to what he says accidentally.
My God, it's, I guess we're just going to be unprepared.
Unprepared for what? Remember, he came from a skiff or a classified briefing. What is he talking about? Unprepared for what?
Just take it. This isn't
take what?
Political. This is politics. And for you young people,
they can't talk about what they said, but he just said, this is a crazy thing that's happening, and for you young people, oh.
Of course, it affects all of us, young and old.
What was the heart of his talk? Was it on SAP's special access programs, or was it broader?
Yeah, it was broad. He answered. He spoke for 20 minutes. At COS, we start at 8. He's talked for 20 minutes, and then we answer questions.
Yep.
And, where's the funding coming from the government? It's been portrayed by the media as a crazies that are identifying.
Yes, there's a campaign being run by the American government to discredit this whole group of alien people. And people in Congress are like, no, these are people with security clearances. David Grush was a high-level CIA sort of operative. So there's a lot of them now. 40 of them came forward after Grush. 40! So something is going on, something is happening, something is coming.
Unidentified flying objects. And but it's not. He's been doing this 30-some years. Combat veteran, knows.
They're talking about Lou Elizondo.
Very qualified. I'm going to have him back. In fact, we may open it up to everybody. Y'all ought to know it. Everybody should.
Y'all ought to know it. Y'all ought to know that you're not going to be the same after 2030. Whatever that means. Whatever. We don't know what that means. It could be. I'm not ready to go into theories yet.
Public, even then?
Yeah.
Interesting. Because I heard he corroborated what the whistleblower, David Grush, testified to this summer. Interesting.
It's sending us all the slides. A lot of it is, most of us did not understand, other than it's real. And we have to know about it. And the American people need to know about it.
What was the most surprising thing you heard from him?
The pilots, he brought in 2 pilots that had actually witnessed it, seen it.
Again, an American Congress.
He showed slides of it, which was unbelievable.
So
the way he said unbelievable right there was like a wide receiver in the SEC. An 18-year-old 5-star is unbelievable. What he saw changed him. You can tell by the tone of his voice, this man was affected by what he heard.
it was him and the 2 pilots, Navy pilots?
No, it was four people. Had a scientist, had a combat pilot that had flown missions and reported what he saw and took pictures. So this isn't some figment of our imagination.
No, it is not, people. If you're a Gen Xer, you grew up in a time of almost sticks and stones, just barely on the edge of technology. And we may see the end of this world by alien forces or a natural cataclysmic event that they warned us about, but they're only going to save a few of us. We're getting close to what I think's happening.
Are you
Why
trying to
didn't I-
scare people? I'm not scared.
No, don't be scared, although you should be. Because the scariest thing that humans don't understand is the time. We think 100 years is a long time. We think 1,000 years is we think 10,000 is forever. We don't comprehend that we might be the 6th generation of super intelligent species on this planet, but every few 100,000 or million years it gets wiped out. And only the ant people know about this. And they're trying to save some of us because they like Tool and they like Led Zeppelin. And they're like, hey, you guys are pretty cool. I don't know. I didn't change the words. Fuck off. All right, what we are looking at here, these kids, well, they're not kids now, they're grown-ups. But they're standing in a genuine UFO imprint in the ground. It was made on a night in 1975 in Sweden. And as you can see, it's still there to this day. The grass will not grow where that imprint is. They've done scientific tests. The soil will just not allow it to grow. It's 26 meters long, 14 meters wide. Calculations that have been carried out concluded that the object must have weighed more than 50 tons to leave the impression that it did. On the night that it happened in Sweden, several boats noted in their logbooks that they saw strange lights over Espava, which is a weird name for a city, you weird Swedes. Why don't you name it like New York or something? Stop that. Fuses blew and dogs barked nearby that night. So they meet up here every year and because people saw it land and take off and they come and visit it. It is, in certain cultures, a part and a fact of life. In America, it is a TV show. So just showing you that. Now it's time for real or fake. Time to vote in the chat. Get your 1s and 2s ready. A lot of 1s this week. It's beautiful in Sweden, by the way. Karen Garvey in Sweden next week. All right. Sighting time. Hit 1 if you think this current one is real, or hit 2 if you think it's fake.
Many people climbing. This is what?
This is in Japan. These people are on a hike in the mountains of Japan. And they saw this.
It's big, huh? It's really big. See, the amateur cameraman cannot hold the camera. So you can see the car is driving on the road. He must board to take a shot, and he climb up again.
I'd probably blame the woman in that position. Like, what are you taking pictures of? That's the lights. It's the once of a guy you get. Let's go up this hill. All right, Betty. All right, was that real or fake? Let me put my vote in the chat. What is your vote, DJ Electra?
I don't know.
It was pretty stationary, and that was VCR technology. I don't know what that could have been. It wasn't flares. That is unidentified. That is a 1. Here we go.
What the fuck?
Now, I talked about with you this the other night, and I showed you. They always show up in these triangular formations with another dot. So it's a triangle, but then a dot outside of the triangle, and then something usually right in the middle of the triangle is what they're actually working on. Either sending to another dimension, bringing into this dimension. We don't know what it is. But this is a formation that we see so many times.
Where'd the fourth one just go?
I don't know. Oh, there. Go on.
They're up here on camera.
Here they are.
What the fuck?
They're like, oh, we smoked a lot of meth. Are we seeing this, or is this... what is it called?
Dude, it just disappeared.
The fourth one's right over there.
It's black now. You see it? Oh, yeah.
Dude, the fourth one's over there.
Oh, you do see it. You see the one in the middle turn black. You look in the middle of the 2 dots. You'll see the one that was in the middle turn black. What?
There's another one. No, that's the 5th one, Jules. Jules, that's the 5th. It is black. What the hell?
What the?
Now they're both black on the bottom, and the white was on top. And they were all... these aren't drones. You wouldn't see a drone. You wouldn't see a black drone at that distance. These things are big.
Dude, it turned fucking black.
And there comes another one on the right.
Fire.
Now, there are maybe logical explanations for what these things are, but it is weird. So I'm going to go, that is unidentified. I'm going number 1.
I'm
And
going
then they
on
lock.
that one too.
Keep in mind, only one of these has to be real. Out of the thousands and millions that are out there, only one has to be real. That is the crazy thing. Look at that thing burn. What is that? That's not a drone. Drones don't do that. It doesn't climb like that and burn like that. What is that? Well, you really got these hillbillies freaked out, man.
Maybe.
And... Sorry, that bottom one's about to go black.
Yeah, it did.
Whoa, building. Hey, yo, that's a good one. Yes.
Anything's
I'm
possible.
building. Yes.
From a banana.
Yes, they're shaped like a banana. Spaceships are shaped like a banana. All right. Now we're getting into some really crazy shit. This is from a goddamn Ring camera. What the fuck is this? Like, people are like, why don't we have clear shots of them? We do! We have clear shots of them. There they are again in the triangular formation. Because, you know, you look outside and something like that is totally normal.
It looks too bright.
Too bright for what?
To be real.
All right, well.
maybe.
Go ahead and put your vote in the chat. I don't want to, encourage you, but I'm going to say that's for me, that last one is a 1. So you don't see something like that and not go, what the fuck is that? All right. Even get weirder. Here we go. I haven't seen a lot of 2s. Dan Sullivan put a 2 in. Dan Electra! Oh, I didn't know you were a skeptic. Oh, I got a skeptic fry. All right, what about this one?
Soared above an unfamiliar region in China, a passenger gazed out of the window, capturing a captivating video. A sense of awe and curiosity filled the air as the passenger's camera focused on a peculiar sight, a disc-shaped object.
A peculiar sight, a life-changing for 5 billion people sight.
About the size of a small car, effortlessly gliding.
How it left right there looks so goddamn real. They've done analysis on the clouds that there's a goddamn shadow on the clouds. And as an editor, that would almost be nearly impossible to do in a way how the cloud bounces. Oh.
In parallel to the airplane, near one of its wings. The crispness of the video allowed the viewer to perceive the details of the disc distinctly.
And watch, it does this thing where there's this like heat emanating off the bottom of it. And I don't know how you would do that. I'm an editor. I edit a lot.
As seconds passed, an intriguing occurrence took place.
Watch underneath.
The mysterious object seemed to activate a device of some sort, creating a mesmerizing effect.
See how it like has a distortion effect or blur?
Yeah. Space and time itself appeared to fold around the disc.
Wow.
What I think what happened, so this is real to me, and what happened was the defenses system, whatever defense system Earth has, was alerted, and it was attacking it, and it realized it was about to be attacked, and it put up a shield. So what you're seeing is an alien ship coming up to an airplane, sensing it's about to be attacked by Earth defenses, putting on a shield. The attack misses, but it's close enough to be like, okay, I get it, I'm out of here. This seems like what we do with like Iran, or what we do with Russia. Like, but watch, it has the see. It's like a shield. All of a sudden, a missile shows up, fires right at it.
Captured the surreal moment in all its
and then it's like, oh, okay, I get you.
Encounter that
we're just taking a look.
Understanding. As the
We're out
object
of here.
sped away from the aircraft, its velocity accelerated to a staggering 24,000 miles per hour, leaving an indelible impression on the mind of the witness.
There's I saw like a 4-hour breakdown where they watched that thing pull away, and they did statistical analysis on the clouds below it, and they moved. There was a wake. It had a wake. Duh! Hold on, I gotta get to that one. That one was a 1 for me, yes. What one was that a 1 for you? Are you back on board, DJ Electrify?
I don't know. I mean, it looks like it could be fake, and so it makes me want to say fake, but it also could be real, and I just can't comprehend it. So I'm going with 1.
All right. Well, yeah, it's unidentified. You just believe it could be. Oh, Gossamer. Ing, nope. How dare you? All right, well, let's see what you got here.
This is definitely the best UFO footage taken.
This one blew my goddamn mind.
Over Ontario, Canada. What do you think it is?
Again, the 3 triangles. But this one to me is like the SR, I think I called it in the first SR-8 or SR-78. This is military craft.
It's just hovering in place.
That's a ship.
What is that? Look at the lights all around it.
What is going on right there?
Just orbs leaving it and coming back. That was a 1. Definitely a 1 for me. Yes, Windy. Yes, Windy, it's a 1. Something's going on. Only one of these has to be real. What is happening in 2030? Why is everyone building bunkers in Hawaii? Why Hawaii?
I don't know.
I'll tell you why. Well, here's part of my theory. Hawaii is the edge of what was once a former continent. There was a continent in the middle of the Pacific from Hawaii to Easter Island and down south. That was a giant continent. But when the Earth shifts poles and the equator moves to where the North Pole is, then that area is now again a continent. So they're building them in Hawaii, so when they land up in the equator, they're like, oh, even though we have sticks and stones, we're not buried under miles and miles of mud from the ocean or snow from the peaks. Literally, this is happening. It is, why are they building in Hawaii? Why are they all building bunkers in Hawaii? Because it is on the edge of a continent that will then be existing again for another 10,000 or 20,000 years. They were given the information.
Why are the poles going to shift? Why?
It's something that happens naturally. What it has to do with is the magnetic structure of the internal structure of the Earth. The metals and the things that exist in the center of the Earth have magnetism, and they have a balance, but every once in a while there's like a hub to get back to the balance, and the hub, unfortunately, shifts, according to Mesopotamian texts, according to even biblical texts. There's a flood, a great flood that has this great tragedy that happens that wipes out everyone. What is that? Well, the Earth just goes, the rock part of the Earth goes like that. So what was here on the North Pole is now at the equator. What was here at the South Pole is now at the equator. That is why they say Antarctica has possibly structures and has these entire civilizations and pyramids, because it used to live down here. And then this flip happened. But normally, when earthquakes happen and the Earth rotates, no problem. We rotate with it. We're standing on it. So we rotate with it, right? No problem. Unfortunately for us, the wind and the water, they don't rotate. So they move. If the Earth just goes boop and spins really quick at like 100,000 miles an hour, we're okay. But the wind is now moving at 100,000 miles an hour. I think it's 10,000. But now the wind is moving at 10,000 miles an hour, and the oceans that were there calm are now moving across the land at 10,000 miles an hour. So according to scientists who study this, and it's a reach, there has been 6 generations of super intelligent species on this planet. We're number 6. And it's usually about 7 to 10,000 years per cycle. We're about 14 or 15,000 years out. We're due, baby.
We're
overdue. Way overdue. And so that leads a lot of people to think that that an alien group came and found us and was like, no, we're going to make sure we protect this planet so this doesn't happen again. And so there's so many things going on. All right, here we go. By the way, it's 12:30 and we still have 20 in chat. Thank you guys for being here. Honestly, it means a lot to me. You could be sleeping or jerking off and you're here with us jerking off. So thank you. Now, that is not the UFO. And I'm almost a 2 on this one. I think it's a balloon, but it's very weird. Here we go. Just sits there. Doesn't move. Like that high it'd move as a balloon. That one's scary to me. I can't tell you why. There's something in my gut tells me that one's real. This is a second camera. Multiple camera shots. It's a giant pickle. There you go. Now, before you vote, that does not look like a balloon I've seen. That looks like a spaceship. That is hard metals. That is not a balloon. At least I don't think so. This is the third view. This is the third camera view. 3 people got views of it.
Really? 3 different people?
3 different, 20 did, like thousands. It was on the side of the road. There were a bunch of people got, but these were the best high definition I could find. But look how it stays. It didn't move. And then it eventually just sort of sauntered up and disappeared. So balloons don't really do that either. They kind of move around whatever level they're on. They don't just disappear into the fucking space. But anyway, that's a 1 for me. All right, what we have here.
Very basis of.
Oh, god damn it. All right, here we go. So the next one is either false or the greatest proof that has ever existed. It was from the Iraq War from a pilot. And he said they were testing out some of their experimental crafts. And he pulled out his, at the time, flip phone and recorded it. There it is. And the crazy thing is, because of the low bit rate, it's almost impossible to remake this. The way you can remake things is with high bit rates and then kind of dumbing it down. With this low bit rate, it's almost impossible to fake how that looks. Almost. But it makes sense that if we have them, they would be in the military, and military people would see them from once in a while. So I'm going to 1 on that one. I'm full of 1. No, this one is fucking crazy. There's over 10,000 photos of this of this thing above the Kremlin in Moscow. It's above the Kremlin. It's like having a thing above Disneyland. It was a giant pyramid, and everyone got pictures of it. You just go look and you look at pyramid above the Kremlin. There's so many. Now, the question is this real or is this Project Bluebeam? Now, Project Bluebeam is something that's supposed to exist that is supposed to basically be like hologram creation. Like, think of the Tupac hologram on steroids in space. Like, if we could project alien ships landing in Russia and to the radars in Russia, they look real. Wouldn't that fuck Russia up? Oh, that's what this program's supposed to be, Project Blue Book. But this more was in the Russian media about a group of NHIs, off-world, non-human intelligence, meeting with the Russians. This is happening in front of our faces, people, so I'm going to put a 1 on this one, because it was corroborated by thousands of witnesses and thousands of pictures. There are literally thousands of angles of this picture. I just picked one. All right, time for reading, folks. This isn't as fun, but I'm a pretty good reader, so we'll try to do it. How do I get out? There we go. I need to make it big so I can read these. All right. Here are some documents that were declassified recently. Let's have a look.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here was a document that was declassified from the Roswell incident. A lot of these documents came from the group that the congressional group that did the JFK assassination study. We've all seen JFK, and we've all seen the Warren Report. Well, the people behind that, this is where these documents came from. And it says, and this is Roswell, as the bodies recovered at Roswell, it appeared that none of the flight crew members survived entry into our atmosphere due to unknown causes, and it actually gives the doctors who gave this, and these doctors have all checked out from being from the area, has been asked to assist in the autopsy of one of the well-preserved cadavers, to be done by Major Charles. From what descriptions the team was able to learn from the photographs taken by intelligence photographers, the first people there at Roswell were apparently intelligence photographers, which asks, like, how were they the first ones there? How did they know that was going to happen? Maybe they were just bugging everyone's phones in the area. The documents appear, in most respects, human, with anatomical differences in the head, eyes, hands, and feet. So not really human. They have a slight build, about 5 feet tall, with grayish pink skin. Oh, okay, look like Ray DeVito. Hell, they have no hair on their bodies, including the twinks. Those with a tight-fitting flight suit that appears to be fireproof. Their overall stature reminds you of young children. It is believed that there was male and female genders, because, we were finger-banging the dead aliens, but this was hard to distinguish. The most disturbing aspect of this investigation was there was other... Oh, no, I see, that's what I was hoping didn't happen before that. there was other bodies found. There we go. There's other bodies found during the same investigation, and it seems that they had been dissected, as you would a frog, in the field. So they came on the scene, and they found them, and some were dissected. Did some of the own crew dissect them before they died? Was there other aliens that dissected and left the dead ones and just left? What happened there? Was it, as they said, was it an army field surgeon who had performed the exploratory surgery on these models? Animal parts were reportedly discovered inside the Roswell craft. So why did they have animal? Who were these things? What were they? Oh, here we go. Oh, the team reserved judgment on the issue. We got animal parts, we got a disc, we got dissected things. We're going to reserve judgment. Some more light reading. This is where these documents came from. It's the Majestic documents. Leakers were CIA operatives investigated in the JFK assassination. They're called the NARA documents. They've been cross-checked with the Warren report. And they talk about aliens, like a lot. But no one cared at the time because it was about the assassination of the president, which might have, by the way, been to prevent him from talking about the aliens. A lot of people think that. Including his brother, or his nephew, his niece, Robert Kennedy. You know, that guy. Anyway, so, here's another one. The Earth's environment has undergone significant change. And the redacted portion, they found a book in the desert with this plane. It predicts a worldwide invasion. Invasion in the year 2030. There it is again, folks! According to the lunar calendar, which comes sometime after 1999, the CIA is undertaking a survey to call environment through a joint CIA facility project, Medea, to look at what damage has been done caused by the EMEs, aliens, UFO activity, especially around nuclear power plants and waste production. From what I know, the Earth's population is being contaminated and our DNA is being altered through use of air and food supply and water. A digital Trojan horse. Yes. So these are documents from the goddamn early 60s. Now, either they were just highly into weird shit, or this was information. We are cattle. Pay attention. We're cattle. We're in the food chain and subject to slaughter by the EMEs. And now we call them NHI, non-human intelligence. That is the game plan. The insiders, Oprah and Zuckerberg, building those bunkers in Hawaii, know this. And they're taking advantage of the situation, right? Our only hope may come from the different extraterrestrials that we think have intervened. Yes, the world leaders see no viable solution except blocked out. Population control through biological warfare. All regional conflicts. Who knows if that's real, but this thing is cross-checked in the Warren report from 1963.
Wow.
Yes.
That's
so
intense.
It is intense, right? One more for you. I'm reading and people are still here. Thank you so much. All right, so this is from 1898. I believe it was a northern New England paper. This shit has been going on forever. Here we go. A curious aerial phenomenon, a cigar-shaped traveling luminous body at a low elevation in the sky was noted at many points on the mainland coast in Vancouver, British Columbia. That's what I thought. Is Canada last month. Maybe Bobby Nick was flying in a balloon 100 years ago. Anyway, at times a bright light appeared amidst the luminous figure. No one seems to come up with a satisfactory explanation for the phenomenon. Thousands have seen it, so it is no longer received as a ghost story. Though the theory that is in an airship receives less support as the object appears to never descend to Earth. For supplies! Oh, they think they needed a resupply! Oh, that's funny. And it would be, high impossible for an air navigator to fill out the sail into space to stay for weeks, so it stayed up there forever. Some now think the object, which has appeared to travel hundreds of miles from north to south, is a reflection of the forest, or another fire with a luminous hazer, and of course, simpletons, it's the demons that live in your head. Let's bang those out with a little rock and we'll get those demons out of there. Yes, the sense of a central light is far more clearly defined than a fire would be. It looks like a red star of great brilliancy, surrounded by a cigar-shaped, luminous body. Cigar-shaped, where have we heard that before? 1898? 150 years later, we're still talking about it. This star at times drops streams of sparks. What? The center, however, is not that of a comet. It is much below the stars and moves slowly onward in a line almost parallel. Stream of sparks? Sparks are those drones. They didn't know what drones were back then, so it's why is it dropping sparks? Why are they flying? There's little sparks in the air. No, drones. Yeah, these are ant people knowing that the catastrophe is coming and they keep checking the earth. Don't you know? That's my philosophy anyway. I think that's what's going on here. The strange visitor has been noticed in many different parts of the province. It is also in some sections of Washington. Oh no, it's in Oregon too. Oh. People! It's very simple. I think by now we know what's going on. The Earth goes through a change every few thousand years. We are past due that. We have been allowed to evolve past that, given technology to evolve past that. For some reason we don't know yet. Maybe we're harvested for our energy, our consciousness, our soul, our scrotums, who knows? But what clearly is going on is something is coming. I have mentioned 2030 in everything that we've seen, and it's still there. From different documents from different decades, 100 years in between the documents, 2030. So people, I say all this for one thing. One thing. Live each day like I'm right. I ask you to do that. Live each day like I'm right. Like we're talking about this UAP thing, and I'm right. And everyone who's talking about it is right. That we have 4 years left. 5 years maybe. So I don't know how to do math. We have 6 years left.
Yes.
Maybe 5. What year is this? What if that's true? What if you only have 5 years left to live your dreams? What if you only have 5 or 6 years left to do what you want to do? What if you only have 5 or 6 years left to tell the people that you love that, you know, you don't really love them and their assholes stink? Now's the time! That's what I'm saying. All right, time for some aliens, mother... Little hoax happened. There's a little proof of all this. I love aliens.
Property.
Right. So, this was filmed much, much sooner than any device could be to edit. So tell me what the fuck.
This craft is at regular speed moving by that house, behind the power lines. It's a saucer-shaped craft with most of the propulsion system turned down low. Here is its half speed to give you a better idea of the view of this, the maneuverability. I had one astronaut on a MUFON lecture a couple months ago in Orange County ask me a question, a shuttle pilot, why do they move what we call erratically? And I mentioned to him the fact that aerodynamics doesn't apply to them the same way. This is a picture of...
Also, I've heard it explained that what we are seeing with our three-dimensional eyes and them darting around like that, they're actually in a sphere and not moving at all. And what we are seeing is just a reflection of that in the fourth dimension. And so they're not moving at all. We are seeing them move, but they're not moving. There's things we cannot comprehend what are going on. It's like an ant, and you're like, hey, ant, look at this full-part concert concerto. Aren't they amazing? And an ant is like, what is music? What is a human? What is another thing other than an ant? Like there's so many steps you have to get to make that connection. I feel we don't even understand what we don't understand.
The newer type of craft, the bell-shaped craft is a very old historical craft that they came with for reasons to remind us in our historical record. But this particular lenticular craft is capable of interplanetary travel without the carrier craft. This is taken in Wisconsin. And if this craft's maneuverability for both towards you and then moving backwards and then sideways, dipping, these type of films astounded the military. Still some of the best in civilian hands. Completely different place.
Far before any technology was there to recreate a
completely different environment. This is half speed.
The
largest of the bell-shaped, probably about 120 feet. The cigar-shaped craft from about 1,000 feet is their smallest to about 20 miles. This is theirs. There's a difference between ours. We'll discuss that. This is taken in Boston. This is a smaller, what you call registering disc, or what George referred to as a registering disc. This is a remote control device, very much like we have ROVs that we use in submersibles to go down and do.
So the best theory that's out there is, again, ant people, they're just checking on the surface. The surface is like, we consider our inside, right? Like our heart, our lungs, that's inside. But this is our life. Our life is on the outside. Imagine that reverse, where your life is on the inside. But what's on the outside is not, is things you don't really think or care about.
Some of the investigation for us.
That was
The registering disc is there to collect information as well. If we were going to use a science term for it, we would.
And look at these people who are selling this shit. Get a demon! Oh, I'll sell this shit. Like, this we have them here. Call the president.
Call it a probe, and it shows you once again it works.
Exactly. We wouldn't send astronauts first. We'd send probes, and then we'd send robots dressed as astronauts. Astronauts are the last things we send, so we're never gonna know what they actually look like. I don't think.
On free energy, in which there are about 1,200 lines per square centimeter, and through that magnetism, they propel themselves quite sufficiently past the speed of light. And George made that claim that they could go as fast as the speed of magnetism, which is twice the speed of light, and everybody said, well, that's impossible. According to Einstein, you can't do that. And if we're well read, we know about 6 months ago, we actually admitted to the fact that the acceleration past the speed of light is attainable. In fact, we've simulated it.
That is true. That is true. I think it was Stanford. Some scientists proved that faster than light travel possible, which totally fucks up everything because it takes away relativity. It makes time travel possible. It's very weird, but they proved it in the theory.
Wait, what did they prove?
They proved that it was possible for there to be movement forward and backward through time in these different mathematical equations. It was always said that Einstein said that forward is a possibility because we can do forward right now. I can get on a plane and my clock and your clock don't match up because I time traveled. I was up above you, went around the earth in a different spin zone. And so, yes, time travel forward has always been possible. Time travel backwards has always been the issue. Because once it happens, it is no longer on a timeline. So if you travel back, it's going to be a different timeline. And they talk about that very eloquently in all the Marvel movies.
So over the many decades, the information that was given to George about space, its conditions, all have come full circle to be validated. And he's probably the only one I know that has given such a plethora of information that was really sought out and has provided true interaction at all levels. This is in Silver Springs. And what you're going to see here is that in later footage, prior to the larger craft coming down, the registering disc comes down.
This one is crazy. The craft actually comes down to the ground, and a corresponding craft comes
down here between the trees and measures the distance. And this information was later uplinked to the computer of the larger craft, so that the craft could come down and do that maneuvering within that tight space near the camera in order to be filmed successively. You'll see here, of course, you've got 8mm film that's all old. This comes from the 50s and 60s. So the restoration is in the process. This is the craft that came down later. And you can see by these still shots.
Why does it look so much like the cause of the era? You know what I'm saying? That UFO doesn't look like a modern UFO, like a sleek UFO. It looks like a UFO from like the 50s.
Yeah, like from
What's
the
up with that?
Jetsons.
Yeah, what's up with that? Like, it's very interesting. Why would it look like that? Why wouldn't they look like a 2030 thing back then? Why would they look like a 1960 thing in a 1960? That's always bothered. Oh, we've talked about the aerial school sighting before on the show, which is in Zimbabwe. There was a bunch of students that were on recess, and a fucking UFO landed in their recess. And guy came out and started talking to him telepathically, and like 12 of them like have detailed memories of this, and they've gone to him 30 years later, and they still have the same goddamn memories. They ain't lying. So either it was a mass. They either say it's one thing. It's either mass hysteria, where they all got the same memory at the same time, or it happened.
In September of 1989, something happened in the city of Voronezh, 200 miles south of Moscow.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the wrong one. This is the same. It's not aerial. Same story, but happened in Moscow. These happen all over the place. They for some reason, pick children on recess. We got an issue over here. It's a Krieger's issue.
Which caught the attention of the world press. For several weeks, strange lights were seen over the city. Then on September the 27th, it was reported that a spacecraft landed in one of the city's public parks, from which 3 alien giant figures emerged. Drawings of the landings by children who were there capture the event vividly.
Yeah, so the one I talked about was in Zimbabwe, but this mirrors it. It's almost identical. That's why I grabbed it.
Sergei Makarov was one of the school children who was in the Voronezh park.
I remember a crowd that gathered around the place. Everybody was scared. Everybody turned pale. I was absolutely flabbergasted.
Denis Bozhenko was also one of the boys in the park on that day in September 1989.
I saw some traces there, and also a strange man. Outwardly, he looked like any other man.
That guy. Let's find him. Let's give him a show.
Only he was huge. A moment later, he suddenly disappeared.
I had no doubt that the UFO and the giants existed, because I saw them. But sometimes when I look back, it seems sort of like a fairy tale.
The creatures started coming out. They did not look too much like humans. They were much taller than humans. They did have shoulders, but I didn't see the head.
We walked. We look and see this ball, such a brilliant iridescent flew. We ran to that gate, reached and stopped. It hung there.
Where is the object headed?
Here, it flew, then hung at the level of a poplar tree.
What is poplar?
This one, nearby.
Right at the level of the top of the poplar tree plant?
No, in the middle part of it.
Show it not as you are told.
The Russian translator sounds bored. Everyone in Russia is so bored with being a Russian.
But as you saw it yourself.
Here, well, somewhere over there. Could you see? See this lamp on the pole, approximately at this level.
And so clear near the poplar.
Yes, and right here, where Yura Sergachev right there. Stood, sat down there, landed, and the light changed. Stood for 10 minutes, or maybe 5 minutes. Something we were afraid, and he rose a little, and meter and a half, and disappeared. Still, I look like the outline of a person. It's
You know, when I was this age, I told people that I was a vampire from Lost Boys. Hey, keep that in mind when you watch it.
appearance, you know, like a pencil drawing. It's just a sapling. Only his head was big.
What were your ears like?
Уши
It was
какие
like
были?
your
Заметил,
ears.
уши были у
Did
него,
you
нет?
notice?
There were no ears at all, and no hair, bald just. The eyes were there, and there is the nose. You know, that's how it diverges. He was about that height. We didn't see his face. Black himself was. His silhouette was visible.
Now just imagine if that is true in your child. That changes everything you think of.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about Chris Farley sketches on SNL when I was. He's talking about an alien ship that landed in his goddamn yard. Russians. Basically, exactly the same story as the Zimbabwe story. For some reason, whatever these things are, they land and talk to children telepathically and send a message. But it's about future generations. So that's why I showed the Tesseract earlier. These things think in different time dimensions than we do. We think a linear time, like the sausage from beginning to end. One sausage. They can go at any point of the sausage at any time. Hello! And this is amazing because this is one of the highest ranking defense officials ever talking about how an alien ship came out of nowhere and shot down a nuclear missile that was test firing. And then this video you're watching is not what happened. It's a mock-up. But people will show you like, oh no, this is what happened. No, it's just a mock-up. But listen to the man.
At the warhead. So this thing fires a beam of light at the warhead, hits it, fires another beam of light, and then flies out the way it came in. And the warhead tumbles out of space.
That is someone who had an experience with that in the government. How crazy is this shit's going on? And then today, a congressman came out and said, oh, Russia has developed a technology that's going to outpace us. Oh my God, we're so scared. Where did Russia get the technology? Where did they get it? Where is all this technology coming from? How do you have something that can deliver a nuclear missile to Washington in 2 minutes if that is not NIH or NHI, non-human intelligence? I believe this was off the coast in North Carolina. So many bright lights. Why? And they're always in that pattern. What you have is the three. You have the three dots. They're over here. And then you have the ship. It's over here. Then under the ship, you have another light. This exact pattern is everywhere. Thousands of times. Why? Why? It's like they need the three dots there to bring it into this dimension. And once it's in this dimension, it needs another spatial point to keep it there. It's almost like it's trying to hold its space in 3 dimensions, which means it's not from here. So are you from the two? Are you from below? See, we don't open our minds to concepts, Yeah. And one of the concepts could be like, well, oh, it's 4th or 5th dimensional creatures. Oh my God. Well, what if it's 1st or 2nd dimensional creature? Well, a 2-dimensional creature that is like 1 billion years ahead of us. And we see them as this because they have to do that try thing to get their ship in our dimension. I don't know, but this has been seen for everywhere. It means something. I'm going to now shape my potatoes in a mound and say it means something. That's a third and couches in the postcard joke.
Mm-hmm.
Close and couches. Ah. Oh, I love the crickets. Oh, crickets get me hot.
Random.
What just hovers over the tree line there? What does it? I'd love to know, wouldn't you? Wouldn't we all? Isn't it time? It is time for disclosure. Tell us we can handle it. Oh, our lives are miserable. We can handle. Don't you agree, Electra? We can handle it, right? Humans can handle aliens.
Yes.
Like, we still gotta
I could.
shit. We still gotta pay our cable bill. Nothing changes. All right, everyone. So, why are UFOs in the news as much as they are these days? You might ask yourself, why is this happening? What happened? Was there a new Roswell? What happened? No. This whistleblower, David Grush, came out. And he's like, I've worked in, behind the scenes sort of CIA, NSA, and I've determined that we have a classified craft retrieval program. Basically, UFOs come here, and you're like, well, why do they land? There's many reasons. We can go through some of those. I have an actual opinion on this dollar bill, y'all. I think I have an idea what's going on here. Just the demon's point of view. But let's watch David Grush explain to Joe Rogan. Yeah, I know. But whatever. Here we go.
Is we're not alone. And I know that with 100% certainty, which as an intel officer, you never say 100%, but all things pointed towards, based on the people I talked to, like Harry Reid, and I use him as
former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid.
An example, but I talked to the highest of the high people you could possibly talk to, if you catch my drift. So,
presidents.
Unless all of them are lying and they're covering up something else, which I don't even know what it would be at this point, because the phenomenon is real. It's been going on for thousands of years. People have been seeing strange things, and not everybody's mass hallucinating.
Yes, he is the greatest sort of easy explainer for what's going on. He's a little autistic. So he's perfect for YouTube. And what he explained there, DJ Electron, did that make sense to you?
No, I wasn't paying attention though.
Okay, here we go. This right here is Pappy's widow. This is a famous. It's okay. This is a video from a widow from someone who was there at Roswell. And we just got to start looking at these things a little more seriously with this new information, because these guys said this shit on their deathbed. And it's time we start taking some of it seriously. So here's Pappy's widow and daughter. What do they say? Let's pretend what they say is real.
War II pilot Oliver Wendell Pappy Henderson says he also told her about seeing the bodies of aliens at the base.
And during this time were those crashes of the UFOs in the desert, or
Sappho,
out of town of Roswell. And he never said a thing about them because he had a top secret clearance. Had anything
all of our mothers have that same goddamn china cabinet behind them. God damn.
to do with dropping atomic bombs, you had to have the highest clearance. So he witnessed this crash, and the little people who were there, I don't know just where he saw I never did pin him down. I don't know why I didn't. It was so shocking to me that something like this was real that I never did.
How did he happen to tell you that he'd been involved with seeing the little bodies of the crash flying saucer?
We were at the grocery store, and we were going to check out our groceries, and there were newspapers at the stands, as there always are, and here were this newspaper, and I guess now that they're putting in the paper, I can tell you about this. I've wanted to tell you for years. He said, I want you to read this article because it's a true story. And I not only know that it's true, but I'm the pilot who flew the wreckage of the UFO to Dayton, Ohio.
You mentioned that earlier that he had seen the bodies, and one of them was damaged in some way.
I think he told me that they were small, they had large heads for their size, and that the material that their suits were made of was different to anything, it was a strange kind of material.
What I remember him telling me was that they were small people. I don't remember 3 feet high, but certainly shorter than we were. Small people, pale, slightly slanted eyes, sort of larger heads, and
humanoid looking, human-esque looking, but not like us, different from us. And he said they were dead, and that he had seen them, and that he had flown the wreckage of this flying saucer.
All right,
Yeah,
are you ready? Are you ready for my theory? Well, I don't think we're ready there. We're not ready yet, but I have a theory. I know what's going on. I know what's going on here. I
Okay.
figured it out. I problem solved it. That was pretty fascinating, though,
Are
right?
you going to tell us?
So the guy on the right is a U.S. congressman, and the guy on the left has figured out why we are not getting disclosure. And it's not for the deep reasons of like, oh, religion or, oh, how's our sociological experience going to change? No, it's goddamn lawsuits, lawyers. That's what's going on. That's why we don't know if aliens exist. Because if they do exist and the government says yes, there will be so many lawsuits that they have to come up with some sort of way to protect everyone that's ever had anything to do with this over the last 60 years. And that is the rub. Here we go.
What would really cause an issue with people, private, companies with lots of funds behind them. They don't want to lose that.
I think some things that are going to leak out or locations are where information or some of this material or objects are, and I'll leave it.
He's basically saying, my office is going to leak the locations of where UAP materials are. And it's going to be Northrop Grumman, Boeing. It's going to be all the big aerospace private companies. Basically, they have had the alien technology for decades. They have back manufactured it, create Velcro and smartphones and everything that we love today. But you know what they haven't done? They haven't used the technology in that to cure cancer. So your father, my father, all our parents died because they wanted to make $1. And that is why disclosure is not happening. Lawsuits. Lawyers are ruining. What we need is a truth. Like, we need a South African or Rwanda Truth and Reconciliation Commission where it says, all your past crimes are forgiven. Just tell us everything. And here's my theory. I don't believe there are aliens. I don't believe the distances are too far. Science has told us the distances are too far. But I do believe in breakaway civilization theory. I believe in the billions of years or millions of years before us. Oh, hey, Day One, hold on. We'll get to it.
Thank you so much, Day One.
Thank you so much. Yes, and please give while I talk ridiculous UFO shit. It makes me happy. Oh, I unplugged. Okay, I unplugged my headphones. I can't hear you now. It doesn't matter.
Blah, 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 blah.
But let me tell you something. Let's just look at the facts. Distances over livable planets are light years. The technology doesn't exist in physics to do that. Now, we have existed on this planet 20, 30,000 years as humanoid species, maybe 100,000 years as a hominid. And there was millions, hundreds of millions of years before that. So this is what I propose. There was a species of highly intelligent ant at some point, maybe our size, maybe 3 feet. And they decided and learned from one of the disasters where an asteroid hit us or something happens on the surface, that the surface is not a good place to live. This is a dangerous place to live if you want to have a species that lasts millions of generations. So they burrowed deep because they were ant people, because they evolved as ant people, not as us, not as mammals. And they got into our Earth and they lived there. And the outside of the crust to them looks like us to like where a poison gas, like no one can live there. So they didn't even think about it. But every once in a while, they send their technology out to just see, oh, this algae is living there now. They think they're sentient. We're not as sentient as they are. They've been around for millions of years. Grays. Do you know what a gray is, DJ Electrify?
You know what? I've heard about it before. Yeah.
Right. It's a very typical view of what an alien looks like. Big head, big eyes like mine, small mouth. Now, let me ask you something. Why would a creature from space need such big eyes? You live in space, everything is around you. Why
dark.
do you need...
It's dark.
It's not dark. Unless you evolved where it was dark. Like in the middle of the earth. Or in the crust. In ground. Where every light that you create is artificial. And you might even find like lakes and a giant place where it looks beautiful in the middle of the... Because remember, the surface of the earth only accounts for a very small percentage of the mass of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
So there may be worlds inside of worlds here. And so my theory is that the giant gray aliens that we think come from outer space are ant people. An evolved breakaway civilization of ants that live below us. And why we haven't found one dead body? Why haven't we found anything? Because they're ants. They collect their dead bodies. They're not humans.
Uh-huh.
That is my theory. And here's some proof to that. These are some Peru natives that they pulled into a YouTube studio and talked to for the first time, and they asked them if they knew what aliens were and showed them pictures. They didn't know what aliens were, but they've seen what these people were.
E alienígena não tem.
Como?
Alienígena.
Alienígena? Que é?
Yes, they're Peru, they're from the jungle, and they're like,
Okay.
what the fuck is an alien? And they're like, oh, let me show you. So he's got an alien magazine. Oh, let me show you.
Essa palavra você nunca ouviu falar? Alienígena.
Alienígena, não.
And then they give him a picture of what it looked like. And this is what they said.
And they have a different word.
Mayushibu.
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 Mankunawabu.
Sério?
Mankunawabu.
And what they showed him was a classic gray alien with the big eyes, small mouth, giant head.
Mm-hmm.
Mankunawabu é que mora debaixo da terra.
He lives underground.
Que se virou formiga, hoje que nós chamamos Una.
That became an
Que é
ant, and we call it Una.
grande, chama-se Mankunawabu.
Crazy.
Essa formiga também é muito perigoso, né, Boina? Se as pessoas ficam mexendo com ela demais, ela leva o espírito da pessoa para debaixo da terra também. Para voltar tem que ser um pajé bem bom.
São seres que pode aparecer em luz divina, com a luz do Nishipã. São seres que a gente pode ter o contato, que moram debaixo.
We have been thinking about I hope people, your mind is blown, because we have been thinking about the UFO thing totally wrong. It is a breakaway civilization of people. And we have seen this in some of our art. There is a Star Trek Voyager episode where they find these like lizard people, and the lizard people, they trace the DNA back and they're like, oh my God, we're from Earth. They were lizard people that saw the comet that was going to destroy the dinosaurs, but they were an evolved species, so they left the planet right before that. And then thousands or hundreds of years later, people from Earth, sapiens, Homo sapiens, found their previous descendants, but they shared the same DNA. All I'm saying, ant people. Put it in your mind. They may not be from other places. They may be our original homeowner. We may be guests here on their planet. And now I give you, and because think of that, they live in the middle of the earth, and they send up these ships every once in a while to see what's going on the surface. Doesn't that make more sense than someone coming from 1,000 light years away to here? Science says it does. Anyway, let's watch the best UFO sighting of our lifetimes. This was a pilot. I don't know where they were, South America. It was just a little thing that went by their plane. But oh my God, it changed everything. Yes. All right, look at that. That is not a balloon, people. It has multiple dimensions of space. It is angled and shaped and pointing in a direction, which the gimbal or TikTok or Tacs are shaped. It isn't going aerodynamically. It is pointing its belly into the wind, which is what Bob Lazar mentioned, and it is what everyone who has known about this retrieval and repatriation. We're going to make these ships. We're going to recreate them. That is what everyone has said. Look at this thing. What is that? What is it? They're at 12,000 feet. A balloon can't get there and stay. Get out of here with the balloons. And this right here is just proof that someone who matters when it comes to... Why are we talking about this now? One of the main reasons is this. People like this. Steven Spielberg and commercials like... This is a commercial. Now, you all think like, oh, we grew up in the 80s. What was it like? This is 30 years of disclosure. This is what it looked like at the beginning. Getting us used to it. The taste, the smells.
Hey, what's wrong? I don't know. Stop.
This is a commercial!
There's the ant people.
Yes. Do you understand kind of what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
The reason the
I don't
UFO
want
thing...
to, but I do.
The reason the UFO thing is so hush-hush in the corners of power is because it fundamentally changes how we look at this planet. That is why. Right? So we're thinking these things are from out there coming to here, like, oh, we got to defend ourselves. We are the guest. Doesn't that change everything? Anyway.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, they're married. That's good. They're even talking about clones. Oh. Look at the detail.
They're creepy as fuck.
I guarantee if you run into one, they're looking similar to that. Someone got some inside info here. And I want the car. Give me that piece of shit. Nothing car. I want it. Oh, little young Danny. Red rum. Red rum. This is like the most... Did Stanley Kubrick direct this commercial? Isn't it the craziest commercial?
Yeah. How could they do this back then? What year was this? 80-something?
1987.
Oh my god.
How old were you? No, don't ask that. That's a Fed question.
No feds.
Frightening. Bangs. Oh, look, his head looks like a... it's like what you poop in when you're in the hospital. The heads look like... What are those called, Nursey?
Kidney basins?
You got kidney basins
or,
for heads. Yes.
Yeah, commodes.
Oh, it's opening. What is that? That's so specific. Why is that so specific? What do you know, Chevrolet? What do you know? It's the most disturbing commercial I've ever
Now
seen.
they're just driving again?
For 75 years, the most frequently collected...
They were abducted anally probed, sent back on the road, and now it's time to sell the car.
Foreign truck name in the universe.
Wow.
Chevrolet.
Mm-hmm.
We invite you to see the new Chevy Corsica.
All right, that's what we saw when we were going. You don't think they're doing disclosure? Come on. All right, this is not UFO related. That was fun, right? That was all good fun. This is what we're up to in the future. I saw this and I'm like, you know what? This goes in the UFO category because I can't wait to evolve. This is what they call an elevator to the stars. Pretty soon, you will be able to take an elevator on Earth that is tagged to a point in space. And it floats with it, so it moves with it. So you'll be able to take it all the way up. Thousands of miles in space. Let's see what that looks like.
It'd be pretty badass. I kind of have a thing for elevators.
This is the ultimate elevator. Right now, you are higher than any building that has ever been built. I also want to climb it and clean it. Ugh, I can't wait for those TikToks. Oh, all right. Right here is when my dick starts to shrivel in myself. Like, oh my God, we're hundreds of miles up, or we're miles up already.
That's crazy.
Yes, I have read that. I've read the same thing from Clive Barker, and Dean Koontz, and Phil Elmore. Hey-o, just kidding. No, not even Phil Elmore. Just all authors. You know, they get it from somewhere. It comes from like another dimension. The good stuff. You know. Anyway, I like Stephen King's
like
son
that.
too. He's really good. Yes. Oh, please describe your dreams to all of us in detail with the titties out. Let's watch more. Like each one of those things is like 100 miles apart, and that's how. Because the higher you go, gravity doesn't exist. The faster you go. Oh my God. I can't fucking wait! Your screen.
I'm all up on your screen. What you gonna do about it?
Not a goddamn thing. You're gonna watch because it's the UAP report. And Craig, if you come in, I will stop it and we will do this. But just know now, you have some questions to answer before. All right, here we are into the good stuff. Woo! Can't wait. Hello, UFOs. Oh my God, oh my God. All right, so people, you do a lot of deep thinking on this, and then you say, where did all these alien reports or UFO reports come from over the decades? Let me see a map. What that looks like. Here you go. And this tells you things. You will immediately make assumptions. Watch that little state up. Watch that little country up there on the top left. It's gonna be important. Oh no!
It's lighting up.
Those are all the sightings from the 1940s. Now.
Wow.
Huh? Huh?
I just said, wow. That's crazy.
Getting brighter. And look in Europe where it is. England and America. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right, folks. Let's think about this. All right, let's think about this. This is from a so verified website. This is proper information. And what you see is where you see alien sightings or UFO sightings are where the highest air superiority in the world is, as far as aircraft, as far as United States and England. They have the highest. Lockheed Martin, Skunk Works, Boeing. Why do they coincide with UFO? Doesn't this kind of open your mind to some ideas? Like, oh, maybe they're just all military craft. Or, oh, maybe the aliens are working with one group only. And these other dots around the thing are where those other groups are.
Huh?
So it's just it's a plot on the map. This is where these things are seen. Look at the country that's lit up. Are we just crazy? Or are we chosen? Or do we live in a place that has this geographically?
Something that they want, maybe.
I want you to, for 1 second, peruse Egypt. Not one light. This thing goes deeper and weirder than we can imagine, is the point. Egypt gets none. Saudi Arabia gets none. All of Asia and Russia, none. America, like every night.
Crazy.
I think it tells a story about us, our mythology, what we believe in. We're storytellers here. We tell each other stories.
Mm-hmm.
All of those lights are real. But here's the thing. There's a million lights you're looking at right now on the screen. One. All it takes. Starting to look like the population centers density. Not the UFO. This is very interesting information. Don't see a lot of the Rockies. Don't see any over the Great Lakes. See very few over the Pacific coast, in the water. These are in the cities. Remember, no other country looks like this for their sightings. Just us. So just a bit of information to store in the old noggin. Because what I'm trying to do with this series at the UAP Report is once it's all put together in like a 2-hour thing, is to just give you opinions bouncing around. What is this? I don't know. Is it real? I don't know. I'm a demon. I don't know if UFOs are real. We don't know down there. We're as curious as you. We were created here. Our God, our devil, our earth god, and earth devils. Who are these freaks? That's what we want to know. Hey, you remember that time that a bunch of, or 2 alien ships appeared on a live NFL broadcast? Wasn't that fun?
I want you to explain that to me, Dr. Spock.
I'm afraid to. This is sort of a Twilight Zone football game. Those were some kind of, I don't know what they were. Pittsburgh?
I don't know either. This is where the rivers come together, but I didn't know about that. What are those things flying around up there?
Well, they're just some kind of a illusion.
I hope we get another look at them.
If you ever do get a coaching job, though, I'd like to be hired just to bed check and do things that are important around the training facility.
You'd be my first employee. There it is. Now, what is that?
You keep saying, take us to your leader. I don't know.
Yes. This is before drones. Like 30 years before drones.
Now, that's another
What is that, DJ?
the guy I'm going to hire, whoever's responsible for that. Stay tuned as the NFL Today continues after this word from your local station.
They even used it as they use it as the background on their lead out. They're like, hey, look, aliens, fun. Dallas is up 7. Like, we're humans are fucking weird. All right, everyone, we all know Grush. I got the Grush crush. All of us alien people have the Grush crush because this is a man that came out as a whistleblower and said, there is an alien craft retrieval program in the United States government. Here is where they are. Here is who pays for it. Here is who is involved. Thanks, Congress. And everyone's like, what just happened? That happened. So let's watch him with one of my least favorite men, but a man, whatever. I probably shouldn't even said that. We don't do politics here. We like people that ask questions. So this man asks questions, we like him. There we go.
Count for the behavior you're describing.
Yeah, at first,
they're hiding something real that implicates them. And if they're talking to these entities, whatever they are, and I believe on the basis of evidence that the U.S. government has made contact and has had continuous or at least sporadic, but over a period of years contact, you don't need to nod or shake your head, but that is my belief based on talking to people. Like, what is that?
Yeah, if there's certainly, a relationship that was cultivated with non-human intelligences, hypothetically, I guess, to play off of what you just said, good or bad, it's almost like we were afraid after 9/11. Dirty bombs, terrorists. Okay, well, that's nature. That's life. Yin and yang of the universe. If there's malevolent non-human intelligences, okay, well, that's a fact of life. You don't hide it. Because what if the U.S. populace needs to be prepared for something someday?
Well,
hypothetically.
And it's also not their right to hide it because they don't own the government. The public does, actually.
Exactly. And it's just, I understand the reasons at first, but like you said, I think it's just the moral decay and the decay in leadership. And once again, well, we don't want to admit we did all this stuff years ago.
But also, if the U.S. government has had contact with these entities, and again, it is my informed belief that the U.S. government has had contact, what are they talking about? What is that?
Hey, I would like to know too.
So what I got from that is there is a giant secret that everyone knows behind the scenes. A lot of media people know it. A lot of senators know it. And I will pose this. Disclosure is guaranteed by 2027. We are going to have visitors to this planet in ships in 2027. Do they come from the middle of the earth? I don't know. Do they come from a long ways? I don't know. But 2027 seems to be the year that everyone is talking about. So
why 2027?
It seems to be because we need to get, there's 5 billion, 6 billion people on this planet. It's impossible to get them to agree on anything. And so if you tell them, oh, aliens are coming tomorrow, this whole planet will burn down. So the NHIs know that. The non-human intelligences understand us better than we do. So they're in charge of disclosure, not us. They're telling us when to do this and when to do this, if it's happening. This is not the human government controlling it. No, this is NHI controlling it. And so NHI is saying, do this, do this, do this. Now, we all know Men in Black. We all know Independence Day. We've all been conditioned. The conditioning will continue for generations. There's already, I didn't pull it, but there's already a Super Bowl ad made by Martin Scorsese with aliens, and it looks very real. And it's sort of like Don't Look Up, where we don't really care because we're looking at our phones. So they've created condition. The NHI have created a condition on this planet where we don't care when they come because we're focused on, did you see the canned fart this lady put in the can? And so we're not paying attention. And so, but it will be here. This is a certainty, people. 100%. So we need to ask ourselves, where are we now with all of this?
In my opinion, I've seen enough evidence inside the anomalous bucket to consider that there is another, entity, a consciousness. There is something there that is other, but the format, where it comes from, right? Like, that's the big question. And, sufficiently advanced technology could make things seem like it's interdimensional when it's very much not. Or faster than light travel could make aliens also time travelers, right? Because they're if they're moving faster than the speed of light. So things I think are gonna get messier before they get clearer, but that's because we're gonna start really uncovering stuff and be able to figure out some things that aren't just buried in our imaginations or our assumptions, but based on reality, which is often much weirder than what we can imagine.
Yes, I think that last point. Think about your imaginations and then think about reality. It's often much weirder reality. So why wouldn't it be weirder? So I just think that was a collective, where are we now, right? What we have learned, where we have come, and what is next. Because again, it's such a big secret. And we don't know what the secret is.
Mm-hmm.
And the secret might be so shocking that you don't want to go on tomorrow. None of us, 5 billion people, all decide, no, we're not going on. Or it might be so big that once it's known by all of us, the NHI go, oh, lab, experiment over, kill the sample, and then we go away. Because we don't know what we are. But if we learn what we are, affect what we actually become. And this is something that, we all need to think about when we think about disclosure. There's a reason that we have had to evolve to this point to even have these discussions. Because when we were eating each other, NHI would be like, no, not quite ready yet. Right? We're probably still not ready, but technology might be forcing the issue. AI might force the issue. All right, this is a famous Art Bell call. If you don't know who Art Bell is, he hosts a show. He hosted a show, in Nevada, and it's in a secluded Nevadan desert compound where you take these calls. There's a few of them that have now been called legitimate by the U.S. government, or parts of it. This is one that was called legitimate by parts of the government that could come forward and say yes. And it's a man describing how he found a place, found an alien creature, and then was scared by it, but then went in and found it again and recorded some sounds. It sounds fabulous, I know, but keep in mind, in this era, the technology, we didn't have smartphones, so we had recorders and tape recorders. We were weird.
I felt like I had to try to document this. Of course. So I took a camera, and I took the recorder, and I turned it on.
And that's a picture of the creature that he found. He called it a cross between a gray and a lizard person.
And I, again, freezer, and that's when I recorded.
And it was, I forget the beginning of the story, but somehow he put it in a freezer, and then he opened it up as it was dying, and this was what the sounds did.
Recorded the sound.
Would you play the sound for us once again, please?
Yes, I will.
No, that's not the sound.
Hold on.
So I'm a music producer. I've heard a lot of screams. Never heard a human scream like that.
My God, that's awful.
And it's in a time where you would hear the tape, like if they tried to fuck with the tape of the sound of the sample, you'd hear it. That was whatever in that room made that sound. So it was either, who's in the 80s? Give me a butt rocker. I'm lacking butt rockers, right? It was Axl Rose. It was Axl Rose in the room, or was it an alien? Here we go. Okay, I didn't label that one right. Anyway, this one involves the aerial Zimbabwe sighting back in the 1970s. Children in a school in Zimbabwe, Africa, many of them saw between 1 and 4 creatures with big eyes, dressed in black, exiting a craft and approaching them. At this point, a lot of the kids ran because, oh my God, wouldn't you? But some of them stayed because they didn't believe what they were seeing. And as the creatures approached, they had a telepathic message. It was communicated to the children about an environmental disaster that was about to happen to the world and how they could help. And before returning to the craft and flying away, this is all they told the children. Now, they've come back to these children 20, 30 years later, and they have the same stories. They're not liars because they live in poverty. They didn't make any money off of it. And so this is one of the girls describing what it was like to get the telepathic communication from one of the aliens. This is called the aerial sighting. and it has not been debunked in the 30 years. There's been over 10 witnesses, children, and over 20 staff that heard the story when the children came in. So, if this was in an American court of law, guilty. Enough evidence. Well, let's see.
It was maybe the world's going to end. Maybe they're telling us the world's going to end.
Why do you think they might want us to be scared?
Because because we don't look after the planet the area properly.
Mm-hmm. And is this an idea that you have had before, that we don't look after the planet properly in the air, or did this idea come to you when you had this experience?
When I had this experience.
Mm-hmm. And how did that idea come to you from this experience? This is a little hard, but try to be with me here, okay? How did this idea come to you when you had this experience?
I just felt all horrible inside.
You felt horrible. At what point did you feel that? When you saw the craft, or when you got home at night? Or
when I got home.
You had that horrible feeling when you got home?
Yes.
And say more about that horrible feeling, Lisa. What was it like?
It was like the world, all the trees will just go down and there will be no air and people will be dying.
Mm-hmm. And those thoughts came to you, had you had those thoughts before this experience?
No.
No. And
they have a same interview with her 20 years later, and she is as firm as she was this day as a child. It's amazing. So it's either mass psychosis, someone drugged the kids, or it's happened.
How did those thoughts come to you? Did they come to you from the craft, or from
the man?
The man. And did the man say those things to you? How did he get that across to you?
Well, he never said anything. It's just that the face is the eyes.
What was the sense you got from those eyes?
He was interested.
Not scared. She's not scared. She says that he was interested. That's interesting.
Not lying either. Many body experts from the... All right, folks. That's where we are. We are in a golden era of UAP and what's going on. And hopefully we'll get some sort of disclosure. Because wouldn't you like to spend, the last 20, 30 years of your life, if you're a Gen Xer like me, living in some fucking weird world we saw in a movie when we were a kid? Oh, please give it to me.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be amazing. I'd love it. I don't need the same thing I've seen the last 40 years. I've seen it. It's time, folks. You know what time for?
Shut your ass up, bitch.
Time to shut up, and it's signing time. So, get your phone out, get over to the keyboard, and this is like, would ya, for UFOs. All these real, all these fake. It's signing time, people.
Tap it. I'm sorry.
What is that?
There's a passenger on the plane, looks out the window, grabs the phone. This was filmed in June. The traveler sees that, an object apparently changing shapes in seconds. Oh. Is it a shape-shifting object? Is it Bezos? Is it Branson? What is it? Is it a UFO?
Mel, go for it. What do you see?
I have no... Okay, I'm looking at this for the first time. I want it to be surprised. Whoa! What's that?
You're flying out your plane and you see that happening out your window. Yeah. What matrix are we in?
No way.
Okay.
That's crazy.
So
French fry.
Yes, so people, a 1 in the chat. You think that's real? A 2 if you think it's fake on the first one. I'm good. Hold on. Let me put my... Got to put my number in there. Hold on. There we go, number 1. Yes, that's a number 1. To me, that's real. What the fuck? That ain't like something falling. What is that? That's changing shapes. And the thing Here's my qualification for real. If it's a fourth dimensional object, it's going to be weird looking to us. It's going to change shape and we're not going to understand it. Just like a third dimensional object would look weird in a two-dimensional space. That is what that is. Just weird to us. Like, what is that? But if it's fourth dimensional, we're not going to see the whole thing. We're just seeing the reflection of the thing. So yes, number one on that one. So it's from Canada News. Does that mean something bad? I don't know. Yeah. This one blew my mind. This is from an aircraft. This is over 30,000 feet. What is sitting on top of the clouds?
An emoji.
Wait till the zoom. What is that? That is not a natural cloud formation. You have hard angles, created angles. Look at all the clouds around it, and then look at the created ship that is hiding in the clouds. Why are you hiding, better aliens, is my question. Jesus Christ, we have smartphones now. It's 30,000 feet in the air. It looks like an aircraft carrier in the clouds. Right, it's a Voyager. It is. It is an Enterprise ship. No, I'm sure that's just some fog. Or, like some smog. Nothing to see here.
With hard angles, yeah, all the time.
There's a picture of it. It's Noah's Ark in the sky, baby. We're not alone. But here's the thing. We're not alone, but they'll let all the people that you love die. So they're not our friends either. We're food. My message has always been we're food. And when I got the message from the group that wanted me to join, they're like, we like your message. Now I'm thinking, oh no, it's the food message they like. All right, this is the video that Tom DeLonge showed Joe Rogan of one of the back-engineered aircraft. So this is a Skunkworks back-engineered TR-3B. Yes, and yes, we have this technology, but not the technology to cure cancer. So fuck us, right? Here we go. Gone. So, if that's real, that's the technology that we back engineered and that we're talking about. Hold on, let me put a 1 in the chat. That's right. Always real. Just remember, all it takes is 1. And then we're talking. All right, this was filmed in Iraq. And again, good luck faking these with the fucking, how they look. I put it through my editor. I didn't see any fake lines around it. And if you watch the little lights underneath it. That's what gives it away as real.
Teraz mocno świeci? No i to.
All right, people, it's happening. It's happening around us. It's time to wake up to it. Just accept it. We're going to have a fun last 30 years. Maybe more. Maybe they'll give us eternal life. Who knows? Hold on, let me put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1. All right, this one was filmed, 14 years ago. But look, again, can't fake these ones. They just released yesterday a note at the National, Office of Videos or whatever. We're going to release all the UFO. So watch Twitter, because they're going to release a lot of old videos. You're going to see like grainy lines for the 19... This is how disclosure works. We're going to show you the ones from the 20s and the 30s, so long ago, yeah. But they're still here. They've been here before us. They'll be here after us.
Oh, and I thought it was 2006.
But again, another one of these TR-3Bs, maybe, one of the early ones. And I've heard a scientist talk about why would they make them dark? And it's hard to hide the chemical reactions that go inside of them, so that's why you can't make them dark. Like, you can't hide a exploding star. It's just too much energy that creates photons, which is light. And light is impossible. Hold on, let me put a 1 in the chat.
I like seeing the old ones, actually, the old footage, because they didn't have the technology back then to make it up.
No, and our eyes immediately recognize the hidden valley of new technology making that old stuff look like it's old. And so, yes, some of the greatest films are from like Oregon in the 50s, and you're like, what? But the other thing is, like, the UFOs look old. I don't know if that makes sense. The UFOs look as old as the pictures. So it's almost like we think that these UFOs are thousands of years ahead of us, but they might evolve too. They might have evolved with us. They might have been the first ones out of the ant cave, and they look like little tin cans. Who knows? Now this one is from, I think, Uruguay or Paraguay, and it has never been debunked. And if you look at the shadowing on this in the time, 1988, this is one of the greatest UFO videos that has ever existed until 2024. Goes behind. This is technology not able to even fake with Steven Spielberg back then. And this was hidden from the US government. Well, for the public. Government probably had it.
What kind of camera did they have? Jeez.
It's just a, 1988 Fujifilm sort of camera, like a normal
that thing's
camera.
Really low.
It is very low, and it is very real. Some of them. How do you deny all this, Holly? Hold on, let's put a 1 in the chat. People, it's always a 1. All right, now we get to some controversial stuff. Is this a live alien? Is this a live alien?
Okay.
This is on his security camera. Blink. Head twitch. Subtle movements. Blink. Head twitch. Subtle movement. Mouth movement and quick exit.
Huh.
Now, I've done some puppetry. That's a very expensive puppet. That's a $2,000 puppet. Would you like to see some of it again? It happens fast. And this man said he was stalked for a while by aliens and all that stuff. So, take that for a grain of salt. But I'm telling you, watch the blink and watch the mouth. Watch the mouth. There's just a little mouth movement at the end. I don't think you can make up. Anyway.
It looks like it's kind of like watery, like the skin is moving like water almost.
Yeah, it's not made of carbon, maybe another molecule. Like, we're carbon-based creatures. What if it's a nitrogen-based creature or a helium-based creature? Yes. Oh, we're so nerdy right now. Here we go. Oh, we're down to 11 people. Oh my God. I don't care, by the way. Thank you guys for being with us. You are the shit, and we love you for it. Thank you. Here I am, looking for that. Thank you for sticking with us. Now, this was filmed during the Iraq War. Again, another one that was just released. It's all happening, baby. Oh, what was that? What's that right there on the top right? But that's not the big one. There's the mothership. Oh, no. Bigger than an F-16. These are F-16s. Again, look at the discoloration and the shading, impossible to recreate. And watch all the lights. You start to see the lights around. What they call Foo Fighters. See it right there? The first light. So what they called the Foo Fighters in World War II were the bright white orbs that were around the craft. They were like, these craft must be German, but these Foo Fighters, what are they? Because they're like lights. Watch, these like lights. The light. Group of lights all around it. What are those? And then the mothership. There's another light. Another light. More lights. Oh, look at those lights. Mothership. And so if you have someone who is a Air Force or Navy, then they probably run into these things in the combat zone.
I do.
Twice the
My
size.
cousin is Special Forces.
Yeah, so
In the Air Force.
Because these things seem to like to watch what they do up there. They don't interfere too much. They just like to watch. Which I don't know. It seems a little more discerning that they have the power just to watch. Because no one's going to believe it until this video comes out. Oh, isn't that fun?
So what about the ants?
Oh, this was a light on the ants. This was more from maybe they're from. We have to examine all the options. They might be ant people. They might be from there. Who knows? But I'll tell you this. Oh, it's going to be a fun last 30 years. No, that's going to be very fun. Oh, and please, this just actually came out. I just got this. So I told you I joined this group, right? And this group, they hook videos ahead of time. This is one they just sent me. This is from Sweden 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago from Sweden. This is what they filmed. Yes, 2-5, 3 nights ago.
Really?
What is that? That's Jetsons. I don't see no wings. What is that? And that looks clearly filmed. Look how it's, you can
Looks
tell.
like a drone.
Does look like a drone, but we haven't been shown the drones without wings. It's like a UFO without, but it is flying straight, so it's not like doing any weird. Yeah. Oh, what was that one? Hold on, I'm gonna. Where's the chat? That one. I'm gonna put a 1.5. I'm not sure, but that one just came out. So I wanted. So I am in this group now. I should be getting even more advanced imagery coming up. So please, if you love the UAP, subscribe, become a member. I just got an exclusive invite to a private party that has a lot of information on this, or they're just fucking me and gonna fuck us all with this information. Yes, this week again, it's just sightings. We're not going into the lore or any of the weirdos with unfuckable beards that are telling you that aliens are here. No, we're just gonna see, are these real? Are they fake? What are these? Just some sighting. All right. This is a Tic Tacs. Now, this week we learned that a few of things that we thought were alien might be ours. Tic Tacs and then the spheres that held the cube. We've learned that both of those may be CIA or national security assets from Kirkpatrick, the man who's in charge of letting us know these things. Now, a lot of people think he's full of shit and just covering up everything. But they're saying Tic Tacs might be advanced drones. Let's take a look. They are on the bottom. A still camera. And it captured these 2 flying things. And then it did the math of the physics. And of the stopping and moving straight up. There is nothing that can fly that we know that can do this. At that speed. think they got clocked at over 3,000 miles an hour. We don't have anything that comes near that. So what the fuck is that? Tic Tacs. And here's another one shaped the exact same way. What are these things?
I do see them in the day a lot. Look at that. There's no wings, dude.
That's what I'm saying. No wings and no lights.
17 years ago today.
It's a sky missile. What are these things?
On the same fateful road, and
that's obviously us, right? Aliens are. They're not going to let us see them unless they want to. What is this?
I don't see any wings.
That's not a plane, bro.
Something told me to look up, that I might see one in the day, and I looked up and I see this.
Bro.
Oh, we got some crazy. Whatever.
On the same road, 17 years
crazy.
Later. Huh?
And then here's the plane.
Look, there's a real plane right
That's
there.
A plane.
Yes, you see. When you see a plane, if you fly in the sky, the way that you fly is you burst propulsion or liquid chemicals out the back end of your plane. That's how we fly on Earth. That thing wasn't doing it. What is it doing? Anyway, what is it? Also, the jellyfish are back. People are like, no, they're balloons. But now we're seeing them everywhere. So do we just have this rash of balloons? We gotta shoot all the balloons down then. What is that? Hanging in the sky. It is stationary. Balloons will move. Why is it stationary?
Maybe the
and then
wind
it starts.
stopped.
And then it starts moving.
And the wind started.
What is this? An alien? Oh no! I've just seen aliens now everywhere. There's a problem with this thing. Once you're into it, you see them everywhere. And this one is very fast, but this is James. Yes, I have seen one in my life too. When I was in high school, I was sitting on the porch of Amy Jones' house on, I think it was Roy Street. She was a very pretty lady. She did not like me, but I was younger and I was just neighbors and hanging out. And I looked up at the sky and I saw this light. And it was like coming towards me. And then all of a sudden it just did that flash of where it goes real quick and disappears. I'm like, Amy Jones came out and I'm like, Amy Jones, did you see that? And she's like, what are you doing out here, you ugly sixth grader? Get out of here. That's my experience with aliens. All right, so this is filmed. I put it 5 times in a row. It's filmed like if you're sitting in the seat next to the window on an airplane and she's just filming. She saw a contrail, and then all of a sudden when she came back, she saw this little thing. Look at the stop at 90-degree angle and go in a different direction. All right, everyone, it's time for some UFO. I'm big into this subject, so it's time we bring it back. All right, what you are about to witness is the, I would call the single most significant podcast segment in the history of UFO disclosure. If you care at all about this, you know what I'm talking about. But if you don't, this is the alarm bell, or some would say, the dinner bell. Yes, they're gonna eat us.
Imagine everything you've been taught, whether it's through Sunday school or through regular formal education in school, or what our political leaders have told us. And yes, even maybe our mothers and fathers around the dinner table have told us, or maybe at bedtime, about who we are, right? And our background and our past. What if all of that turned out to be not entirely accurate? In fact, the very history of our species, the meaning, what it means to be a human being and our place in this universe. What if all that is now in question? What if it turns out that a lot of the things that we thought were one way aren't? Are we prepared to have that honest question with ourselves? Are we prepared to recognize that we're not at the top of the food chain, potentially? That we're not the alpha predator, that we are maybe somewhere in the middle?
All right. So, Lou Elizondo, was tasked to be a head of like a UFO task force. And what he found out made him very sad. And so that's a very, very popular video in the UFO community because it gave us a feel for what we may be facing. You know, it's my takeaway. And if you think about it, if your species that lives on a planet for millions of years, what is the first thing that you're going to destroy? Is death. So if you're an evolved, advanced species, death does not exist for you. You live as long as you want. You could probably cease to exist, but that would be a choice. You could live for billions of years. If you've conquered the universe, right? And you're technologically more advanced, right? Hey, DJ Electra, guess what? We die. We know we die.
Yeah.
So that tells you that we are in the food chain. We are in the universal galactic food chain because our elements get scattered again. The iron and the carbon and the calcium, whatever makes up this ridiculousness, will eventually be spread again throughout the universe. It'll take billions of years, but it'll happen. Now, if you're in the food chain and your elements aren't at their final resting place, then that tells me you are not the most advanced species out there. And if we're not the most advanced species out there, then why are we dying? Maybe because we're food. We're livestock. We're just a different kind of livestock. That's the theory anyway. It's the one that feels the most right. Because we die. So that means we are not in control of our existence in this universe. We leave it up to generations after us. But what that really means is we don't know. Maybe our souls are food for higher dimensional creatures, which I've said multiple times.
Or worms.
Or worms, but from higher dimensions. You know? So anyway, to keep on the theme, this is the famous Jimmy Carter interview.
Jimmy Carter, I'll just, for anyone who doesn't know this offhand, I mean, it has been widely discussed actually, but it was June 14th, 1977. It was Carter's first few months as president, where a very well-placed individual told me, this is years ago, that Carter was indeed briefed on UFOs that day. That's interesting in itself. There's a UFO document that it's been disputed, and it's an alleged briefing of the president from that date. But I actually was told explicitly that Carter was briefed on UFOs that day. This individual does not know the contents of the briefing. He wasn't in the room, but did learn from a direct connection who was very close to, who was there, who saw at the conclusion of the meeting, Jimmy Carter was essentially either sobbing or nearly sobbing. He was deeply upset by what he had been briefed on. And we can only speculate on what that was. But that's the Jimmy Carter story.
Well, see, and that's the thing. I don't want to get giddy about disclosure. You know, I'm glad we wrote the book, and I feel that it's an important topic. But I have to admit, I don't have a fully formed opinion about who they are and what they want.
All right, Jimmy Carter. Let's think about this. He saw a UFO in his life. He saw one up close, and he'd always talked about it. So they brought him in to the skiff, and they gave him the UFO report. And they said, this is what it is. This is what's going on. And he was a deeply religious man, Jimmy Carter, like a minister. And whatever was said to him shook the foundations of his faith. Basically saying, yeah, you know those demons and angels and gods? Yeah, they're like real things, and they're just multidimensional creatures. And here's Johnny, the multidimensional, what you think is Moses. But his name's John, he's actually a nice guy. And so, like, something's going on that's so deep that you just look at these people when they talk. They know something that's such a deep truth. And this one really hits that note. This is John Brennan, the former CIA chief, who's been roped in with UFO conspiracy for a very long
time.
I don't know. You know, when people talk about it, you know, is there life, other life besides what's in the States, in the world, the globe? You know, life is defined in many different ways. And I think it's a bit presumptuous, if not arrogant, for us to believe that there's no other form of life anywhere in the entire universe. What that might, you know, be is, I think, you know, subject to, you know, a lot of different views. But I think some of the phenomena we might be seeing continues to be unexplained, and might in fact be some type of phenomenon that is the result of something that we don't yet understand, and that could involve some type of activity that some might say constitutes a different form of.
Does that man not strike you as a man that has been told secrets
Yes, he looks
and is
tortured
living
by
with them second to second?
Yes. Just like
So, and that is not like some bullshit. That man was in charge of the CIA for 4 years, and before that, the NSA for a decade. That man is more in the know than anyone, and he looks like he's about to jump off a bridge.
Yeah, he does.
Welcome to Disclosure. We're gonna see some things, people, so we're just gonna have fun with it. We'll prepare the 19 people in the room. It's happening. Disclosure, baby.
I'm ready for it.
Me too. We can handle it. I'm food for higher dimensional species. That actually is better than my life right now. Hey-oh! Here we go. And by the way, what is this?
What?
Scanning the whole skies with the infrared. All right, so what you just saw there was a plane fly overhead and scan. Now, I'm sure there's reasons out there. I searched, I didn't find any, but I always go, hey, there's probably a reason. But the reason that we were given in the UFO circles is that sort of scan knocks out drones. So if you have, so apparently there's many sorts of species that are watching our planet, and some are bad. And so they've told us how we can knock some of those bad ones out. But apparently the bad and the good, they still have a rule where they can't fuck with us too much. So who knows if this is real or just some make-believe thing that adults want to be kids again. I don't know, but what's in the skies? That's all I got. What was that green light? What was it? Explain it. Put it in the chat. Here we go. They clocked this moving at 35 miles an hour against the wind in Chicago O'Hare Airport. And so if it was a balloon, it would probably not go against the wind. And it would probably move more up and down. It has such a straight line. Oh, this one is great. All right, they call this the Samsung video. It's the first S23 Ultra Samsung video of a UFO. And people, when I tell you that Samsung has done the work, I don't know what this is. If it's balloons, it's balloons. But it looks kind of like old school description of Angel. Here we go.
What? No freaking way.
Because you know how the Samsungs have the zoom function, so you can really get. So I 100% know, because I've owned Samsungs for years. That's exactly what, like, how it shakes and moves is exactly how the moon shakes and moves when you have it in your viewer. So this is real. This is not fake. Whoever put this in, because you could not fake that part of it. I don't know what this thing is. But what is it? It's moving. Is it balloons? It has an eye. It moves around. It looks around.
Dude. That's crazy.
And this is a second camera. So there was two cameras there. They both got it. Both. That's why they call it the Samsung, because it was two people with Samsung. This is the second.
Huh.
What was that?
I do not know.
See, fourth and fifth dimensional creatures will appear like something like that, something so bizarre to us we won't understand it. Because if we appeared in a two-dimensional world, they wouldn't understand it. You put your thumb down in a two-dimensional world, they would just see a giant space fill with thing. They wouldn't know what it was. Just like our sky fills with thing, and we don't know what it is. You see what I'm saying? And we are like, oh no, but it's round. It has more shape than just two dimension. No, it shows us something in 3 dimension. But whatever it's showing us might be a 4th or 5th or 30th dimension thing. So that thing we just saw might only exist in our universe like that, but might look totally different in other. Anyway.
Blowing my mind.
So this was filmed, again, balloon or not, but I don't think a balloon makes maneuvers like this. And this was filmed with something of a camera that filmed infrared light and then turned it into a normal image. So you couldn't see this on the street. Like there's images from the same time where it wasn't there. Is that a balloon? You're like, oh, that's a balloon. Well, how does a balloon slow and stop and sit in a certain place for minutes and then turn and go to a different place? And this is a security camera outside the building. It's like, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's just a balloon hanging there in this, like, motionless. A balloon doesn't do that. All right, we're gonna move again.
It's gonna move sideways.
And if you're like, oh, that's a bag or something, that is so unnatural. Everything about that movement is so unnatural. Right? But there's a shadow. There's a shadow, so it exists. It actually has to exist. And watch a shadow go under the tire. Like, this is the tire, I think. But it is even shaped different in the shadow than it really is shaped.
Uh-huh. So maybe it's a fake
What the
shadow.
fuck is that? What is it? I don't know what that is, but I don't think it was built here.
It's trippy as hell.
I mean, would a balloon walk up the street, turn around, and walk back down the street? Does that seem like a balloon to you? You love aliens. Give it to me. You love aliens.
Show us the aliens.
Yeah, that little purple guy that's an alien. I want to see. Because I love aliens. And so I have added a new segment to the show.
A new segment about aliens.
Yes, would you like to see it?
Yeah.
All right, I have been studying UAP and the disclosure of aliens pretty closely. Oh, it's amazing that Congress is finally paying attention. Normally, it's like these weirdos off on the right, but this is a very mainstream congressman. Very mainstream. Listen, he's bringing it to a conscious.
UFOs, or as we're calling them now, UAPs. Everyone laughs. It's always funny. You are on the House Oversight Committee. Why should people at home care about what you are going to learn in your classified briefing coming up?
Well, I've already had several, and I have to say the one that was done for myself and former Congressman Jim Langevin from Rhode Island was notable. I thought that the Navy officials who came in and described the technology that they identified so these were Navy fighters operating off of, I think, Pensacola, Florida, and they picked up objects on that. And I think a lot of this has been made public. Yep. But they said basically the movement and the tracking that these new navigation systems picked up was something that no country, including the United States on this earth, has. And so they were questioning about the ability of these aircraft to travel at these speeds and turn, change direction, and then basically go off the radar screen so quickly. They had real concerns that they brought to Congress. And so there's tangible evidence of something's going on. I'm not sure what it is, but we certainly have a responsibility to investigate.
That's the first step of disclosure. Get your middlemen congressman on the air. Yeah, something's going on here. This is not a far right guy. This is not a far left guy. The very center.
Right.
Something's going on.
He kind of looks like an alien, though, so I'm a little concerned that he's on their side.
A lot of rumours about the James Webb Space Telescope having detected something significant. I tweeted about it just yesterday, but apparently NASA's announced the detection of a potential signature of extraterrestrial life in the atmosphere of a planet located 120 light years away. And apparently the James Webb Space Telescope produced a potential detection of the molecule dimethyl sulfide, which is only produced by living organisms on Earth. It's a tentative detection, and they're preaching caution before they declare it's aliens. But what we can expect is that there's going to be clarification of that this year. And I think that's one thing that the government of the United States is already aware of and sitting on. I think they know the answer already.
That's a reporter from the British. It's happening, people. Disclosure is happening in our lifetime. Going to be amazing.
UFOs could.
And by the way, here's Buzz Aldrin. You know Buzz. What he has to say.
Where man has not gone before. Fly by the comets, visit asteroids, visit the moon of Mars. There's a monolith there, a very unusual structure on this little potato-shaped object that goes around Mars once in 7 hours. When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there? Well, the universe put it there. If you choose, God put it there.
So one of the men was the first on the moon, just told us there is structures on other terrestrial world.
Yeah.
You understand what just happened, right?
He said there's a monolith on a potato-shaped structure that's on a moon that revolves around Mars every 7 hours?
Correct. And that is the second man who ever walked on the moon.
Wow.
So, people, it's happening in our lifetimes. It's called disclosure. We're going to learn a lot more about what life actually means, what it is. You want a clue? Because I know. If you live in a universe that seems everlasting, almost infinite, and you are a living being with consciousness, and you die, this is the key factor. You're a living being with consciousness, and you die. You know you die. Your family dies. Everyone dies. That's part of your culture. Well, guess what? There's a food chain in the universe, and we are not here. Here. Because if you die, it means you haven't solved the riddle of death. That means you're not an evolved species. That means you feed someone. So someone is feeding off of you. Someone is feeding off of our soul, off of our chemicals, off of our body, whatever. We're food. If you die in the universe, you are food. Didn't know you are food. That's the real mind fuck. I'm not talking about your physical body. I'm talking about your soul being food.
I know.
Everything that you think existentially that you are. That Led Zeppelin, that Mozart was. Food for a higher creature. And just poop for a higher creature, really. I don't know how people... I don't take it. Why so many jellyfish? Why? This is a new video coming out of Iraq from 2017, the Iraq War. It is not a glitch on the screen. It changes color. It moves. It was not viewable through the night scope. It's alien. Truly alien.
It's in thermal. It was filmed on a weapons platform.
That looks fake.
You see that there's a dog there. See the animals are black. I'm assuming this is black hot. You see the object just went to white, and you'll see it going from white to black, white to black. And that's basically showing the heat differential. So it's going like hot and cold, hot and cold.
This was during the Iraq War. This was filmed from a blimp, which had these high-tech spy cameras. The army has said it's a glitch. The army has said it's a smear. Smears don't move and don't change sizes.
That's a lie.
The problem...
Look at how small it is now compared to how it was before. If that was a smear, it would be the same size.
Yeah.
Smears don't change sizes.
The optics platform was jammed. These individuals who target with these platforms, they can shoot out an Al-Qaeda tire at 27 miles away, but not being able to lock it was one of the first signs that something's weird.
So it wouldn't lock onto any sort of like, so they had to manually follow it. So it's clearly not something on the screen because they're manually following.
I was able to find direct eyewitnesses and corroborate that this event did happen. When individuals would target in on it with the optics, the way it was described, each of these hanging things, they were stiff, like they weren't moving. They had geometric form, like scales. What was said to me is scales, like an armor. There were also people with night vision who were out and they were tasked to go look for it. Couldn't see it on the night vision, only in the thermal spectrum could it be seen.
So much is going on.
That's nuts.
But that's jellyfish. Not the first time that we've heard that. It's actually, if you go back 1,000 years, jellyfish are described.
Jellyfish, a gigantic black jellyfish, and it sailed right over the retreat, directly through the center line of the ship, right through our X and our stack, and just floated through. Thing was, we had no wind, maybe 5 knots at the time, but this thing was cruising along about 10, 15 miles per hour, just cruised right over, and as it passed the stern of the ship, it went a couple hundred meters, maybe 300 to 400 meters, and then it started to descend into the water. But because it was sunset, we couldn't put a rescue boat down to go see what it was, but it disappeared into the water, and we have no idea. It wasn't a drone, there was no noise associated with it, so if you...
Oh, yes. September 11th, 2000.
Where was this?
Northern California. California.
Mm.
And then gone. Probably fake though, right? This one is one of those ones that's so real looking that it has to be fake. But then later you find out, no, that's why I'm playing. From an airplane. And I'm a video editor. So I looked for all the clues. I looked for all the static. I looked for any sort of noise that would make this not part of the screen. This thing is real. Or whoever made it is far beyond my level. Which wouldn't be hard, let's be honest. The way it leaves.
Wow.
There's 2 frames and it leaves. And I tried to mimic it in a way to just see what it looked like if I just did keyframing. Like that. What is going on? Wow. This is a plane taking off. And clearly something passes by in the blink of it. And it's probably like slow speed for them. Because they're probably flying around us all day and we don't see them. But we saw this one. There it goes. That's not a bug. Bugs don't fly straight like that, and they don't shape like that.
7 isn't uncommon to see at an international airport. But imagine being the first guy to break into King Tut's tomb, and of all the things you find in there, you find an intact 747 sitting in the tomb. Doesn't make sense, does it? Because 747s weren't around when King Tut was around. So what the hell is a 747 doing in King Tut's tomb? So that's the best analogy that I can use without going into further detail.
People are going to question what I'm about to say. What if some of that shit is so big it can't be moved?
This is, all right, so Ross Cawthorne, that's that man right there, came out and said, there is a UFO ship so big on this planet, it can't be moved. They had to build a building around it. This is my theory. What you're looking at right now is the United States Embassy. A $750 million embassy built around this weird structured shape.
So big they built a building over it. In a country outside of the United States of America. Let's investigate it. Let's just see what happens. Let's test these allegations before the Congress.